Me neither. I was trying to figure out what that was. Her mom needed it.
Huh. Hardfish. I'll look it up.
There's cuttlefish, which is for feeding birds. Maybe it's
Dry
something similar.
says it's dried fish. So they call
just dried
it hard
fish. Okay.
fish. What kind of
That
fish
makes
is
sense.
it, though?
I guess
Oh,
any
look.
fish, if it's dried, will be fine.
Well, look, she just posted a picture of the package. It says hard fish or something on there.
Ooh.
And then it says some other word that I could never pronounce.
Fish jerky.
It's like, what in the world
that's
is
like
that word?
gefilte fish. Yeah.
It's fish jerky. Dre says fish jerky.
Don't look back.
I feel like I probably wouldn't eat that.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't think I'd eat that.
Oh, island bite. Okay.
How do you
What about,
say EYJABITI?
ABT.
Yajabit.
She says it's delicious.
I probably
sure.
slaughtered the pronunciation.
Yeah. Oh, see, and the how do you say that though, Trace?
Hardofisler.
You guys with your cool symbols and drawings in your language.
I know it's wild. I love it.
What is that?
Yeah, you say it as harðfiskur.
Hardofisler.
Is the D with an R on it too, and that's why you like carry the R over into the D, and that's like the sound it makes?
No, it's not a D. It's a letter called eð, and it has like a like a B sound.
Like a T and H together.
Yeah.
Crazy.
T and H together, kind of. So it's harð. So both of them roll your tongue. So both the R and the both roll the tongue.
Harfiskur.
You did good.
It's very robotic. Anyway.
Well, we try.
Yeah.
So uncultured in here.
You think we would be, right? We talk to people all over the world.
So, man.
So in Iceland, has anyone ever cooked food over the lava pits or used the geothermal heat to directly cook food?
That seems like such a tourist question.
It is a tourist question, of course.
Yeah, a lot of people lost their pans during the start of the last eruption. Currently, it's just filled the whole valley, and people are still like visiting it from a different angle now. You're nowhere near the opening. You're just seeing the leftover spills. But yeah, they lost a lot of pans trying to cook things on the lava. They would just melt into it, or you'd have to move because the lava was started to move. So yeah, they've done that.
Yeah, it's probably a lot easier to fry an egg on a rock in Arizona.
I was gonna say that'd leave blisters, wouldn't it?
That's high risk cooking.
We had people like go and stand on the lava.
Foreigners.
Yeah.
Tourister.
Foreigners went and stood on the lava like right after it just stopped moving and like barely sat on the top. He just stood on it, and people were like, "Get off there!" Yeah, it was not smart. Nobody got injured though, so.
Well, I've seen some not smart stuff when I went to Yellowstone. So people going up the edge of boiling pits of water and mud. So yeah, tourists, we're not that bright sometimes, are we? But even with the signs up, they still did it. There were signs all over it that said, "Go nowhere near it. Edge could crack. You could fall in and boil to death." I watched people go out right up with their children and started yelling at them, "Get on the trail."
Yeah, get on the trail. You don't want to win a Darwin Award, do you?
No, I think they want to. It's just like them playing with the buffalo out there. People are always getting trampled by the buffalo, too, because they think they're like something to go up and pet in a park.
I have a thing saved
from experience, that's
article I just posted, which is an Icelandic article about an American couple who went and walked on top of the freshly hardened lava with a baby on their back, even though they'd been warned that this would be incredibly dangerous and there's lava underneath still. But they misspelled it, because instead of what would mean allies, which is Banda in Bandaríkjun, which means, Americas, or the state of Americas, they wrote Banaríkjun. And Bana means deadly or, killer. So they wrote the deadly states. So you guys were the deadly states for a day.
The deadly states. Okay.
Of course. And why not?
Very
I'm sure
dangerous.
that's how lots of countries refer to us.
Very dangerous doesn't mean don't do it.
In, what was it? Ace Ventura 2, when nature calls Sequachuocha! Sequachuocha! It means white devil. I always thought that was pretty funny. But anyway,
Diablo el Güero.
what's that?
White
Devil
devil.
something. Yeah, white devil.
Okay. So I take it most people haven't seen that Jim Carrey movie?
I just don't remember it. I was pretty
Yeah,
young.
I've seen it.
So
Yeah, I don't remember it.
I've seen it quite a few times.
Wow.
I remember
Well, it
when
would be
was
it
coming
would
out
be
of
only the guys
fake
that
Rhino.
it would be only the guys that quoted movies instead of paid attention in middle and high school that said that. So
What about
Why do that? Weren't we?
we were those kids. Yeah.
Chicago or Chicago? It's in the bone. It's in the bone.
It's in the bone.
You guys, easily amused by those.
I know. Hey, Jim Carrey's Ace, though. Come on.
Yeah, Ace Ventura. Yeah, The Mask. You don't think that was a little bit of
I'm sorry.
pre-programming? The Mask.
No, dude. And here they've found the most obnoxious actor to play the most obnoxious cartoon character, comic book character. Did you read The Mask? Even just like one of the comics, like what it was based off of. And I wouldn't expect you to, but I did read the comic as a kid, and the movie wasn't. I mean, there's no way to make it like totally spot on because there's crazy shit that went on in that comic, but they did their best, and Jim Carrey was the right guy to cast for that. Totally. Smoking.
I remember loving that movie when I was a kid.
Yeah, I think my.
It's about Loki, right?
Yes, it is a Loki version of character. Yeah, it's definitely based off of that.
Interesting.
He did say something interesting, though. Jim Carrey was on an interview somewhere, I can't remember, just recently, stating that the electronic panopticon and the transhumanism that's about to come upon us is an awful thing in the way he described it. So he actually was warning about how bad it's going to be if we go that route.
I've seen him also hold a pretty interesting speech for some students at some point.
Yeah, he's been all over the place, but I love it.
Person.
Yeah, I love it.
So
You see his
guys wanna
artwork,
hear my
his
funny
painting? Go ahead.
story about how I got censored?
Yes.
Oh, yes. You're going to tell your story that you said you had for us today?
Yeah, so Drace convinced me I should get Tinder. So I got Tinder. And I put in 2, 3 cute pictures, and then I put the Spider-Man meme where he's stopping the bus labeled Big Pharma to protect it from the kids. The awakened ones are protecting the kids. No problem. Next day, I add the Menkel and Rockefeller quote. I have it. I can just throw it in here. And then I go to sleep. Literally, wake up next morning banned from Twitter since I added the Tinder. Sorry, I meant that. I said the wrong thing. Since I added the Mencken and Rockefeller thing. So either they have an algorithm that's like, oh shit, she's quoting truth. We gotta get rid of her. Or we found the blue pill triggered guy who just made 300 accounts to report me or something. But I thought it was hilarious. Drace got mad, but I thought it was hilarious because.
Why did Drace get mad?
You got reported.
And I'm his sister. Nobody's allowed to ban me without him getting mad.
That's
it was
true.
Hilarious.
It's true.
I even told my boss about this because she's been joking. She has to start a reality TV show to find me a husband or something. And she was like, you must have broken some record getting banned this quick. She's like, what did you say? And I'm like, I hadn't talked to anybody yet. I get banned before I said a single thing to anybody.
You obviously talked about the wrong people there.
Yeah, for sure.
Or said the wrong words about somebody.
Did you put Rockefeller in the wordings?
Yeah, it says quotes by John D. Rockefeller.
I just posted that as a picture with one of my pictures at the end. Like after you look at all my pictures, this quote pops up as one of my pictures.
Got it.
Hey, you can't just criticize people on social media without getting banned.
I don't think you'll find a decent guy on Tinder.
Again,
also true.
It's all like beta
but I meant
snowflake.
Tinder this whole time, which is what I said the other time.
And she didn't criticize anyone. She just quoted them. So you're not even allowed to repeat what anyone else says.
Yep. Yeah. Also, don't use dating apps, please.
I just thought this would be fun to test. Trace convinced me, like,
Don't let that sleazy portion of society convince you that there's anything
you don't
good
know what
there.
the dating scene in Iceland is like. Do you know what it's like to live in a country that has 350,000 people? It's always cold, and every single Latino that shows up here is always like, "Where's the social scene? Why are people never like coming together and meeting people? How do you meet people in Iceland? You don't meet people here. You either know somebody, you work with somebody, or you find them online." Versus one of my best friends, every single person she's ever dated, she met online, including her husband.
Husband, yeah.
So,
yeah, I've heard that.
How are the bars in Iceland?
Bars? Bars.
How are the bars in Iceland?
So are you going to get another app then? Are you going to do a different one?
Well, truth there is.
Karma, are you going to get a different one?
I don't know. I'm not super excited about any of these dating apps to begin with. Like I said, Trace had convinced me to get it.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm 28 now.
Yeah.
If I ever want to get married and have kids, I'd probably have to have a first boyfriend for the first time at some point. Going more than 4 dates throughout the
Start off with Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Start with Flat Earth.
Yeah, but at the same time, the next guy just could be the one dude that you should have ended up with in the first place. So you never know.
I've never had a boyfriend, so I've only been on 4 shitty dates. So,
well, you deserve at least 4 regular dates now to make up for it.
Okay, to be fair, one of them was actually decent. There was one normal date that was actually nice. No,
the one only one normal.
I can tell you horrible date stories if you want.
It's 1 in 4 or 5, whatever. Us guys, we take what we can get.
Sounds like your options are pretty limited in Iceland.
Speak for yourself, buddy.
Pretty much, especially if you want the critical thinker. Every time I meet someone, like, okay, this could be somebody interesting, and then you're like, hey, have you seen anything about this? And this hits them so hard. I'm like, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I have no desire to be with anybody that isn't on the truth path.
I'm going to plead the 5th. Isn't it ladies' night anyway?
It is. It's all right.
Yeah, you're the one speaking a lot.
Good night, ladies.
We haven't started any even our music, and we haven't checked to see if anybody's new in here either. Oh yeah. Somebody's roboting really bad. Can't understand you. Sorry.
Is it a flat earther man for you?
Bad roboting. Bad robot.
I made a flat earther man, and that's about it. I didn't make anything else.
Flat earther man.
You need a flat earther man.
No, I'm saying,
okay.
Godric's like, I'm single.
The only words I heard was flat earther and then man, and that's the only thing I heard from the sentence.
Right. He's telling you he's single. He's a flat earther man.
There you go.
I'm single too.
Taken, but she should start off with the flat earther if she's gonna date.
The funny thing is, the only time I talked to a flat earther online, like something like this, he was like, "You must move to Tunisia and you can live with me and we can get married." It was like within 2 days, just because he found out I knew the earth was flat. He got very eager very fast. It was very funny.
Not sticking around.
I think he just hadn't met. I think I must have been the first flat earth woman he ever met. So I ended up just giving him really like nice advice and like how to do better with the next girl in the nicest way I could. And I'm like, all of the luck to you, bruh, but I am never moving to Tunisia.
No Tunisia for you. That's awfully warm compared to where you're at. So what else is going on in your life, Karma?
Work has been a little stupid with all this COVID stuff, and now they're trying to inject the kids 5 to 11, and I've been just losing my mind. But, good. How about you?
Oh, yeah, they're trying that same stuff here, but it's a little slower in some places than others. But yeah, it's driving me a little crazy. But at least here in the South, most people are still anti-mask and leave each other alone and don't care what your status is. They're more about freedom, at least here. They're let people choose as they wish, which I agree with. So that's good.
Yeah, it's not a mandate, but they frame it in a way that makes it sound like you're supposed to get it and stuff like that to try to social pressure parents into it. And I'm not allowed to speak about these types of things at work. They've already put out a memo because we're technically government run.
Oh, they've put a memo out for you.
Yeah, one of my friends has been kind of taken over the, what's it called, like vice boss position, while the vice boss is on birth leave. And she told me about the email as soon as it arrived, and she's like, "Yeah, we're not supposed to talk to the kids, something about health anxiety, and we're not allowed to talk about these things. We're just supposed to minimize them and blah blah blah." And I'm like, "I've been minimizing it since the beginning, bro. Don't worry about that."
Yeah, it's a good thing you're there, though, at least to try to help out those children. They deserve somebody like you to watch over that, at least while they have to go through this trial, whatever is going to happen.
I do my best. And I do try to sneak in little flat earth stuff every now and then. Like, they're doing their own thing, and I'm just all of a sudden start drawing on a board that's in there, like one sunset where it's flat like it should be, and one that's curved like if it was a globe. And then before you know, 3 or 4 kids are coming over like, "What's this? What do you do? What are you drawing?" And I'm like, "Okay, what do you think it is?" And then we start talking about this, and I'm like, "Okay, what do you think the difference is?" And they're like, "Maybe this or that." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's just this one's a globe, and this one's flat, like how you see it."
You're sneaky, but that's good too because you live probably close to a large body of water, I would assume, since you're on island.
Yeah.
It makes it very easy to teach these little ones to go look for themselves, and these older kids too to go check for themselves. Go look.
Hell, like yesterday or the day before, I was explaining to a second grader what air pressure is and how it works.
Very cool. You're going to have to get into the laws of entropy so that they'll understand really well.
Maybe when they're in the 4th grade. That's why I want to start a science club, and the kids are super excited about that kind of stuff. It's just my biggest problem is I need to be able to explain this in Icelandic on a level that a 6-year-old can understand. And I don't have vocabulary in Icelandic to do that. But I need to work on that. I just need to find some old science books or some shit and find out what the terms are.
So you don't have the scientific language in that particular dialect?
I didn't. I learned some of this at school, but this was before I had an interest in it. So it kind of like over all these years, I'm like, what the hell was the Icelandic word for this? I've been using the English word with Drace for the last 10 years. So I don't remember for shit what the hell that was.
You're going to have to translate. Okay. Awesome.
Pretty much. I'm also going to have to think of some good experiments that I can do with the kids so they can get a good like memory of it so they remember it when they're grown up.
You'll have to do some on Coriolis with a merry-go-round if you have one.
We do have a spinny thing. We have a spinny clay thing when you get in and you spin around like a crazy person. That should work.
Yeah, see, that'll work. Or do centrifugal force versus centrifugal, and all that craziness they try to get confused with.
I also want to teach them a little bit about light and how that works, but I need to learn that more myself. I'm counting on Drace to help me with that part.
Yeah, I already bought the crystal.
Yeah.
I bought a crystal to refract the light for you, and I bought some other stuff. We can still.
Yeah, Drace has already been getting my supplies ready. We have a vortex creating thing. We have a gyroscope for kids to play with. What was that last thing you said? Oh, yeah, he bought a prism crystal, so
right, you can shine the light. Yeah. And if you can get some polarized lenses, so you can show them what happens when you put polarized lenses in series and things. That is really cool.
That would be awesome. Don't know where to get that though. We'll see once this gets rolling. I might
order them online.
Work to order something.
Yeah, might have to find some for you and send them.
Yeah, worst case, I just have to buy it on my money, because if you can't use the request form that we used to pay, because we're, like I said, state run, so we are on a budget and we use these little paper slips instead of money, or a special card or something, and I'm not sure how all that works, so I'd have to talk to my boss about buying anything for the club. But I like that idea, and if you have any more ideas like this, always feel free to DM me.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I'll come up with a few. I'll remember back what I used to like doing when I was younger, since I was a science kid.
Oh, that would be so cool. I love any of these ideas, and I've had kids even ask me about this. Like, when I'm talking about this kind of stuff, I've asked, like, would you be interested in science club? And they're like, hell yeah. And then later they're like, so we having science club or what? And I'm like, I'm not ready.
Yeah, they're going to be excited about it. That's good, though. Get them fired up about it, about learning how to investigate. Teach them the logic. Teach them what a real science experiment is. The difference between an observation and just an experiment, even, is a big deal. Consensus is not science.
Exactly. And you can even use like basic social examples to prove it.
Yeah, you have to teach them all the fallacies. You should go on and get those ones that are the Star Trek ones. That's how I've caught up on my fallacies, by watching those Star Trek cartoon ones. I'm sure the kids would like those.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the best way to incorporate that and teach them about the fallacies is to either create what's dinosaur in English? Bible has a ton of these. What's it called? Parables. Okay. Little stories where you can make them resonate with, like, I can put myself in the shoes of the main character, and he's learning this, and I'm learning alongside him, and all that stuff.
Well, you have to laugh. QE uses parables even himself, when you think about it. What was it? Susie and the other character he had, the two characters on the ball.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like when they explain autism, they use a really good parable where they have, for instance, two pictures. One has two girls in a room, and there's a box with a ball in it, and they put the ball in box A. Now Susie leaves the room, and Joanne, she moves the ball from the box A to box B. When the first girl comes back into the room, where does she think the ball is? Now, normal kids would be like, okay, she thinks it's in box A because she doesn't know what Joanne has done. But when you ask autistic kids this, a lot of the times they won't be able to connect that she won't know just because they know. So they feel like she should know because they saw it happen and stuff like that. So they'll still think that she'll know where the ball should be. Something like that. Something to do with the connections and how they think.
How they see the world, I guess. Yeah, how they see everybody connected. It's interesting, though.
Yeah, I love these kind of things. I love learning about this kind of stuff.
You have to name the science club something really cool.
Oh yeah, even just having it called Science Club would attract so many kids because they want to learn about science. This is before the educational system kills your curiosity, you know?
Yep, science
Oh,
club.
yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah. Way before that. Make them, they still want to ask questions and not have to be told the answer just to remember it, to memorize it for a test. Yeah, they want to know.
And because because it's Science Club, I can also teach them the difference between science and pseudoscience. And knowing that difference before you start science class in school is gonna be a good experience, I'm thinking.
I feel bad for their teachers prior after you because yeah, they're going to be like, oh no, these ones actually know what they're talking about. We can't just tell them. They're going to ask too many why questions.
I love the why questions.
I do too. I think that's important.
I think that also shows the character of the person receiving the question. Whenever I find a person who loves the why questions, I'm like, oh, you're like me. This is a good sign. Because if you like asking why questions, you don't mind receiving why questions because that's a chance to explain and further understand it yourself, even.
Seems a lot of people just want to be told the answer and just move on. They don't want to ask the whys.
Oh, but that's often trained in because they don't get to ask the why.
Don't ask why. Just do it. Or just remember it.
If it's not in the book, I can't help you.
Yeah, sad.
That's why I love like just having conversations with the kids. Like we have one of my most popular things at work is story time. And the kids will just, seek me out whichever club I have or whatever I'm doing, wherever I am, and just be like, can you tell me a story? Something like this or something like that. And I try to sneak in as much as I can into like good morals and good like lessons into the stories and sometimes skip certain things if I think that will teach them bad things. And I swear it really does help with these kids. It's so lovely.
Yeah, well, that's because they're pretty special kids. So I'm glad you get to work with them.
It's also just when you see kids using the logic that they learned from you with other kids, it's so endearing. Like you're like, oh, that's so cute. Somebody's like, I want you to draw the exact same thing for me as you drew earlier for that person. And then a kid who's like been getting pictures from me for a while might be like, she's not a printer. It's not going to be the exact same. So you can't be disappointed if it's not.
Sounds like they're a fun group.
They really
Yeah.
are. I have over 100 kids every year, so you always have. Well, I'm not allowed to say favorites, but you have kids that you really enjoy hanging out with.
Oh yeah, there's always ones that you get along with better than others.
Yeah, best thing even is when they grow too old and they start, a different thing, but they still come by to say hi and maybe tell you what's going on in their life or like just talk to you. Because to them, you're still best buds, man. Doesn't matter if he's not going to his thing.
Yeah, I remember going back and seeing some of my teachers too, from elementary when I was in my teenage years. It was always nice to go back and see some of them and talk. And then I met some of them again when I was an adult. It was kind of fun, just let them know how I did.
Yeah, I love when you meet good teachers like that because I always make a point of if it was a teacher that inspired me or made me feel comfortable in school or something, to go up to them because I didn't have the guts to do it when I was young and tell them how they helped or how they might have been the one teacher that I looked forward to going to class to or something like that. And their face when you tell them that, it's like those are the moments that the kids give you where you're like, this is why I do this job.
Oh, it's the same thing when you have a patient come back and tell you you did something good for them, that you made a difference. It's incredibly rewarding. So yeah, I know that feeling.
I mean, hell, I experienced that even when working in a retail store or that had grocery and clothes and stuff, which is not where I'd expect to experience that.
Yeah, but we just want to be useful to people. It's important for us as, I think, human beings should be useful. It's just like when they were telling everybody they were just, they were not needed as employees this last year. They weren't important. They used to call us military. I'm trying to remember the word that they were using. What was the word they were using this year with people that they were laying off for the virus that was going around? Non-essential. Non-essential. They were calling people non-essential. They used to do that in the military too, when they had to shut down the government a few times here, and they couldn't pay our salaries as military. And so, depending on your job, whatever your job was, you were told whether you were going to stay home and work or not, and get paid or not. And yeah, they call us non-essential when they do that, and I think that's incredibly dehumanizing and degrading, and meant to do so. I think it's meant to do that and put people into a state of like, I'm not worth anything.
Yeah, it's the same thing they do with the globe. But making you feel insignificant and like you don't matter.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. And it's horrible for people to go through that. It really is. I don't think people realize that that's being done to them in a lot of different ways. And it disconnects you from being, able to be a like-minded group or feeling satisfied as an individual, but also knowing that you're valuable to the group. They've done it to our elderly.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said that I heard, because I did disconnect as well. I connected again just before you said disconnecting. So after that, totally agree with everything you said. It's because I'm in the car.
Oh yeah, you still buying your hard fish?
Well, I left super late because Drace has been talking to a pretty girl and keeps getting distracted. So it's not his fault.
So Drace, that's why he wants you to get a boyfriend, so that when he's with his girlfriend, that you have somebody to.
Yeah, it's also just because I've been too avoidant of dealing with any of that shit. So he's always trying to encourage me to get out of my comfort zone and try to work towards fulfilling my dreams and that shit. We try to do that for each other.
What a good brother.
The best. Okay, I'm gonna stand out in the rain because I'm not gonna put a mask on.
Oh no, don't do that if you can help that. Don't ever if you can help that. So no snow today, just rain.
Yeah, mostly rain. It's been kind of nice. Sorry, I was handing in Mom's card. My hands were busy. But yeah, I'm very happy with the rain actually. Although that means I have to wear size like 45 shoes, which are 8 sizes too big, because those are my rainproof shoes.
So you look like a cartoon character. Is that what you're saying?
Very much. But it totally fits once I have 2 snowsuits on. So it's okay when there's snow. I just look like a giant troll or something.
Like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. Except I'm really short, so I look like a troll, basically, because it'd be squished together.
You look like a troll. Awesome. Well, I'm sure you look better than a troll. So.
Well, you can't see my face when I'm that well dressed up. Because once I got to 50 kilos, I got so skinny that I don't deal well with the cold anymore. So now I just overdress whenever it's really cold.
Oh. Yeah, well,
how's your week been?
Been really pretty good.
Like I'm having a nice job.
Oh yeah, no, it's been a good week. Let's see, what have I done that's been different? Well, I moved into a new house. That's good for renting right now, and making new friends. Lots of new friends around here. I haven't flat smacked anybody recently, but there's more flat earthers around here than that have ever been around before. It's kind of interesting here. So
That's awesome.
yeah, it's been easier to convince people too. So, or not convince them. I don't even try to convince them. I just tell them the information, and they just get convinced, I guess.
It's like people are having an easier time like seeing the truth because it's kind of being forced in their face with this whole Fauci nonsense.
Oh yeah, the last 2 years has gotten a lot easier to wake some people up. Not everybody, of course, but definitely more than it was before, where people were just like, I'm fine. I don't really need to know the truth, and it's, I can leave it or take it. It's not really necessary. Now it's absolutely necessary for a lot of us.
Yeah, because it's finally inconveniencing people. And then there's people who are becoming hard-ass truthers because all of a sudden family members are dying. And when you look into it, you're like, oh shit, they've been killed.
Yep. No, it's been quite a different experience the last 2 years. Can't believe we're almost down to half the month being over, the first month already. This year, I feel like it's going to go by very fast.
Same.
I know we got a lot of people that I was just going to say, we got a lot of people struggling, though. So, struggling emotionally right now. So I keep thinking about the other gals who aren't on right now. So if they're listening, just remember I'm thinking about you. Love you guys. I wish you guys were here tonight. If you show up late, it's great. If you can't, that's okay too.
Yeah, totally agree with that.
Yeah, it's been kind of hard to get us all together the last, almost 2 months now?
Well, that's understandable because of the holidays. I mean, we are the ladies, the women of the family. There's a lot of cooking and baking and taking care of people and holidays. So
Yeah, we've done the same. Yeah, I've been busy too. Caught a cold, like I said last week. I was kind of just not well enough to come on. I was just too tired. I was exhausted.
I totally get that, especially when work starts being annoying because of the restrictions and mandates and stupid shit. It's just, and not everybody has energy. Like, for instance, this starts at like 10 in the evening for me. So sometimes I've just been too tired from work to join.
Yeah, no, I know because it's pretty late for you all. So, yeah, and it's really early for me. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon when it starts for me. So,
Wait, 4?
yeah, 4 in the afternoon where I'm at when it started. So we're at.
That's actually kind of nice.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's a good time, but sometimes it's hard to get here in time too, because I do a lot of stuff up until daylight is gone, and we still have daylight right now, and then summer, man. So I usually take my tablet with me though. That way I can do it on the run or doing what I'm doing.
But yeah, I get that. I'm usually not free until like at least 7.
So has Kai been around lately? I haven't seen her. I was listening to her music the other day again.
I think I heard Kai the other day, and Witsit as well. Yeah. But I don't remember exactly when. My days have blended together.
Yeah, I heard Witsit last week when I was checking in, just listening while I was not well. But I haven't heard her for a little while. Wondered how they were doing with their. I know they're planning on doing a tour or extending out again and doing some kind of bigger tour this time, maybe more stops since they've got the new RV.
That sounds exciting.
Yeah, it's too bad you guys aren't here in the States because it would be fun to have everybody meet up at different places and go RVing or camping. It'd be fun.
Yeah, we should just have a meetup in Iceland.
I would go for that if I didn't have to do something to get there, like take any kind of medical procedure or test or anything.
Yeah.
I would come in a heartbeat.
I forgot about the regulations for a second, okay?
And no, it sucks because I would come in a heartbeat. I really would. I've got plenty of time on my hands and it would be fun.
Okay, Drace just suggested a great idea. All we need to do is just go to Mexico and then just walk across the border.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, that's what people are talking about. I guess, yeah, Mexico is no restrictions at all. None at all. You can go there, which that's a good idea. I'm not that far from Mexico. Maybe I should take a trip.
Trace has been being hilarious next to me, and he's talking about, yeah, we can get a bunch of money from Biden, and we can vote.
That would be fun, right?
That would be hilarious, is what that would.
We tour Trump's wall, partial wall.
I think Mom and Dad have been to America at some point. I remember them getting a. What was it? Were they getting a Harley or? It was some kind of motorcycle. So they drove through America. Yeah. They had to drive through America on the Harleys to get them home or something like that. And Mom got pneumonia during.
That's a crazy thing to have happen. Pneumonia on a big Harley. That would not probably feel very well for traveling.
Okay, I don't remember it perfectly. Trace is correcting me left and right, but I know at least for a fact they were on bikes. They were in America. They went across, and Mom was sick. That's all I know for sure.
I'm sure that's a
and she
fond
experienced
memory.
the grace of God during that trip.
The grace of God. So she had a little bit of a miracle somewhere or something?
Yeah, they were driving through what was a little bit like a desert or something, just endless road, something we would not have in Iceland. And it just goes on forever and forever. And she has pneumonia. And she is so tired, and her butt hurts so much from sitting on the seat. And she had no energy. She's exhausted. And eventually she's like, okay, we gotta pull over. I gotta sit down and catch my breath. So she sits down, and she's just like, I don't think I can get back on the bike. Like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do? And she's talking to herself and to God, and she's like, God, help me, or something like that. And then she looks to the side, and a few feet away from her is this big sponge, like the type you use to make a cushion.
Oh, yes.
And it fits perfectly for the bike seat. And that got her through the rest of the trip.
So her prayer, and it got
her prayer was answered via sponge.
A sponge for her to sit on the rest of the way so she could make it before her butt was so tired. Oh, and I actually know how hard it is to ride that far because I've ridden horses and motorcycles before, so I know what she's talking about.
Yeah, and with pneumonia on top of that, that's not easy.
Yeah, and I was real bony back in those days too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she was probably like 46 kilos at that time, or 47.
Yeah.
But yes, we're all tiny and petite, so. But except for Trace, yes.
Yeah, I didn't get over 94 pounds until I had my first pregnancy. It took me getting pregnant to get over 94 pounds.
I used to be a chubster. I went from 75 kilos to 50 kilos in like a year or something. That's 1/3 of my body weight.
That's serious weight loss, girl.
Yeah, now I fit into clothes that a 10-year-old used to own. Literally, I have those.
No wonder you have to bundle up so much. You freeze to death.
That's why I wear double snowsuits when the blizzard came. Also had double pants and triple socks.
Yeah, I'm missing the blizzards in my former home state where I moved from, 7 months ago now. My son is still back there. They had something close to 8 feet of snow still on the ground, and the other day it melted and was warm enough that it rained, and then it froze, and they had like 2 inches of ice on everything, and the roads were just impassable. It was crazy. But I'm glad I'm missing it actually this year. I'm enjoying. We actually had to have the air condition turned on during Christmas time around here. It was 80 degrees in Arkansas. It was crazy hot around Christmas. So we had days that have been up in the 70s, and then we dropped down again. Like this week, we're supposed to drop back down at about 12 degrees. So.
I just noticed that CB said that he checked in Kashi. Says he knows Kavanikan. They might have some questions we could help answer, he said.
Good. I'm ready to anytime.
Hi guys. I don't really have any questions. I was just listening.
Well, welcome.
Thanks. Where do you live in Arkansas?
Oh, in a little out of the way place called Lead Hill, close to Lead Hill, I should say.
I stayed there once when I was like driving across the country. We stayed like, I don't know the town, but it was outside of like Memphis, and they have like a lot of tornadoes or something. That's all I know about Arkansas, though.
I'm in the place that's not tornado ridden. I'm in the Ozark parts, so it's in the western corner of the state. So it's a little different environment up here, but not much different. But the tornadoes are much rarer up here, though they can still happen. But it's a lot of rolling short hills, high plateau, and lots of water, lots of lakes, creeks. It's nice. I like it. Lots of oak trees. Lots of trees.
Yeah, I've seen the show Ozarks. It's like nice up there. It's like a resort area, right? Kind of.
There are some resorts up here. I'm close to Branson, Missouri, so I'm right on close to the border of Branson, Missouri, and into the Ozarks of Arkansas.
Got you. I've never been up there, but it sounds nice.
I like it so far. I've only been here 7 months. I've traveled through here before I moved out here. I was from the Pacific Northwest. I grew up in Washington State and lived in Oregon and Washington mostly, and traveled all over Montana, Idaho. I lived on the Washington-Idaho border and was born and raised there, and then moved all over the place. But
wait, like
Coeur d'Alene? Coeur d'Alene, Spokane.
Yeah, my ex is from Spokane. I've been there.
I'm sorry you had maybe a bad experience there, but or the person anyway. But yeah,
it's very
beautiful.
Pretty. It's very pretty in the winter. It's gorgeous, but yeah,
it is. But it's hard to dig out of, and I'm getting into my 50s, and I've decided I really don't want to dig out of 8 feet of snow very often.
For sure. I mean, I wish we had more snow here.
So where are you at?
I'm in DC. I'm in DC, so we have like a pretty mild winter, but we got snow like 2 weeks ago. So.
Oh yeah. So you're up that way. Okay.
Yeah, full east and a little bit like in between north and south.
Yes, you are. Exactly. Almost exactly in between.
Yeah. But yeah, that's cool.
I visited there. Well, and as a military person, I've been through there too. So, but yeah, I visited and stayed there before. It's lots to see.
Oh, DC?
Yep.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, I've lived here for a long time, so I'm just kind of over it at this point.
Yeah, you're not the tourist anymore. Or
right.
Not at all. Yeah.
Right. And everyone else is.
For a tourist, it's annoying to you all that we all come there, and that's the same we had in even Coeur d'Alene's like that. A lot of people visit there, but Seattle has a lot of tourists as well, and national parks are the things I always laugh at. Is the visitors there? They're not very, very understanding of what a real national park means.
Right.
When you go to Yellowstone, like I was telling earlier, I saw some of the craziest behavior. People think that the wild animals there, since they're in a national park, might be slightly tamer or something. They're always trying to touch them, get close to them, put their children on them for pictures, and they end up getting very hurt or not surviving the encounters.
Oh man. Yeah, no, actually, I feel like I've seen a video of something similar to that, like with a moose or elk or something. I don't remember, but
yeah. Buffalo up that way is usually the one that causes the biggest problem. But yeah, people are really crazy. Back in the day, my dad tells me when he went through there, when he was a child, people were still putting garbage out they were allowed to put their garbage out of their cars for the bears. The grizzly bears would come up to the cars, and there would literally be people that would go and put their children on the backs of grizzlies and take pictures. And there are pictures of people doing that. And really dangerous, silly, stupid stuff.
Yeah, I bet.
And I saw a family that I think was from Japan because I think that's what they were speaking. And they had two little kids, and they were walking up to the edges of these boiling pools of water in Yellowstone that have signs in multiple languages all over things. Stay on the trail, you'll fall in and boil to death. And they were going up to touch the water, and it was just insane. I saw all kinds of insane behavior. So I know your tourists are sometimes from all over the place, and they don't know what they're doing either, and I'm sure they're very annoying.
Oh no, it's mostly just them driving the others.
They just can't drive.
Yeah. But the traffic's already bad, not without like tourists like doing U-turns in the middle of the road during rush hour.
Oh
But,
yeah.
it's not too bad.
So are you a flat earther?
Sorry?
So are you a flat earther? I didn't look up your profile, so.
Oh, I just joined, but my roommate told me about it, and well, not the server, but just about like the concept. And I mean, I don't know much about anything, so I'm just kind of interested in learning more.
Oh, cool. Well, if you have any questions or want us to go over anything, we're more than willing. Karma's very good at explaining things as well.
Yeah, I mean, like a little background would just be interesting, I guess, if you don't mind.
Sure. What would you like to go over? What's your questions about it?
Like, I don't know, like core beliefs or whatever. I just, I'm not in that
Well, for
field.
us-
I don't do research really, but
Yeah. Well, for us, it's not about belief. That's the nice thing about this. If you like empirical evidence and truth, we're not into trading of one faith for another. In our concept, it's if you can't be proven or measured or physically observed and or experimented on, in other words, empirical evidence, then why should I have to believe it? So, I mean, I believed in the globe, but that's because I didn't have enough knowledge about what they were telling me that I could evaluate it effectively and know that I was being given a story, a religious belief almost. So, for us, we've gotten to the point where we just don't accept that anymore. So unless we can measure it, experiment on it, find empirical evidence, observe it, we're not buying it.
yeah, I feel that. Like, just because someone tells you something doesn't mean it's true. And I've not seen anything to prove that it's true. So that's where I'm at.
Well, where's your base level experience is when you walk out the front door. Do you experience a curved surface, or is it flat most of the time? Other than topographical plane, mountains, valleys, those sort of things. But over water, especially, your experience is that it's one way. And then when you are asked, can you feel movement? Can you? Do you feel it spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and or not at all if you were at the very top of the globe? Well, I don't feel anything, and I know about the inner ear, and I know how angular motion is sensed in the human body as a medic and as a physician assistant. So I'm having a hard time believing that we can't feel the angular motions that are going on with multiple vectors, with this spinning ball flying through a universe being chasing down the sun. I just don't experience that. So once I realized all that, it wasn't very much longer. It started diving into what they claim is the truth and finding out a lot of it's just based on assumptions and not true measurements, not true observations, even, or considering all the factors involved, such as how the eyeball works, how we see things, how things react in an atmos that is filled with a lot of water or other particulates. There's just a lot of things that I hadn't thought about until I stopped for a moment and considered the stories I was being told, and why should I believe them if I can't find evidence for them? And I couldn't find evidence. I tried to disprove that this could be what I think and experience and measure it to be now. So,
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's really interesting. Actually, I'm just trying to read like all of the messages too.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
they're
would be able to help
talking
you out.
about the black swan a lot because that's a good example of how we tested the globe model that they give us in school and everywhere. They say it's a certain size. So if it's a ball of a certain size, you need to have a certain drop rate because the curvature should be dropping away from you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just taking my brain a little longer to process it. I need to like read it. Sorry.
I'm used to
Right.
using my hands to visualize what I'm talking about as I talk to people.
It's
But if you think about it, okay, you think about, for instance, if someone's pregnant and you're 9 months pregnant and you have this big belly. Like, for instance, if you have your hand on top of the belly and then move it all the way to the bottom, there comes a point where you can't see your hand because the belly is in the way. So with the globe, the same thing. If it's a ball, eventually you should not be able to see something that's far away because it's behind the ball, the curve of the ball, or the curve of the belly, you know.
Okay, that makes sense actually. Yeah.
Right?
Okay, I needed that.
So
Yeah, those parables again.
it helps to visualize it somehow. I don't know.
No, for sure.
But basically, we get these numbers so we can do basic geometry to see how far should we be able to see before there's a physical curve of Earth in the way. And we should be at 1 foot observer, we should be able to see, what was it? I have it. It's all written here. I'm just going to open this up real quick. Okay, let's see.
6 foot.
So
it would
it
be
can't be more than 1.225, square root of the observer's height in feet. So basically, 1 foot means the max distance would be 1.22 miles. That's like the most basic math way to do it. And if you look at the picture, you can actually see that because we know where the oil rigs are placed because that's already what's the word for it? Damn, I hate my Icelandic right now. Yeah, it's mapped out and it's already like officially everybody knows where it is. It's been checked. We know it's at least 9.4 miles away from the coast, but he can see the horizon beyond that. Then where's that hump that's supposed to be in the way? That's like being able to see the hand at the bottom of the belly. Where's the belly?
Yeah. No, I see it. Oh, sorry.
And the biggest problem with this, which is funny, is because we can test this all over the place. And if you look up like the world record for long distance photography, they have like 200-mile photos. And then there's like all these places that are flatter than a pancake, whether it's Kansas or Australia or most of America. And when you have that many confirmed flat spaces, where's all the curve? And we keep checking everywhere, and there's no curve anywhere. And for instance, I've known this for like, 6, 7 years now. And the people here in this Discord have been challenging people, and some people have been searching for the curve for years because they don't want to give up the globe because that means they have to admit they were lied to and that they were fooled. And some people's pride is too big to accept that because that hurts their ego. So they would literally fight and fight against this. And they still haven't found any curve after all this time. And that's just one of the aspects of the model that doesn't work. That's like one point. Then there's the gas pressure, and then there's the spinning that's missing. And we could go over any point of the model that you want. But the even funnier bit is the model contradicts itself. And I also recommend checking out NASA fail videos. Those are hilarious.
They are
I
funny.
laughed with tears even before I knew it was flat. The first thing I saw before I knew anything was flat was my brother just said to me, like, hey, come check out this funny video. And they start showing me a compilation of live footage from NASA that's been captured and put together. And it's basically them fucking up on pretending to be in space. There's air bubbles, there's scuba divers in the shot, there's a rat running across the rocket that's supposed to be in outer space, and doors that accidentally bend and windows left open into space. And it just goes on and on. It is great
dropping
watch.
items.
Yeah, dropping things or things going through their hand
Falling.
because you can tell they're using CGI. It's so.
So how many times do they have to lie before you understand that they're liars? And you probably shouldn't believe them.
I say check everything for yourself. You can trust yourself over anybody who stands to gain or profit of you believing them. Like NASA gets how many millions a day? Was it 50 or 60 million a day?
That's something like, I think David Weiss said the other day it was like 62 million, but like it ranges, I think, depending on the budget.
So it's hard to keep track of how much it is.
And that's just the known budget. There's always the black budgets too.
True. But if you have any questions, Cassie, we can talk about any of these things. And I kind of rambled there for a bit, but I'll apologize for that.
No, you're fine. I'm listening. It's just like I have 2 dogs here, and they're not my dogs, and they're just being super loud. So,
Oh, you're babysitting. You're babysitting. Yeah.
Babies.
I'm babysitting one today too. So far, she's asleep though. So.
Yeah, they're very naughty, but like they're sweet. They're just loud and they bark it. They're not used to being in the city, so every sound they hear is like they freak out.
Nice. What kind of dogs are we talking here?
Well, mutts. I mean, I can send a picture, but one's like an American Bulldog mix, and one's like I don't know what the heck she is. She looks like a dingo, but she's cute.
Cool. No, I got a Border Collie here. That's mine, and then my friend's dog is a little miniature Yorkshire Terrier. I mean, we're talking miniature, really tiny.
Yeah, they're so small, like a teacup.
She's so cute, though. She thinks she's real big, and she wants to kill every mouse and rat that she thinks she's finding with her toys.
The most confident dog that I've ever met was a Chihuahua.
The most confident? Yeah, no.
He thought he was the biggest guy around.
They do. They think they're like the boss of everybody. It's crazy how these little dogs.
And he was like small, even for a Chihuahua, so it was extra funny.
No, they will like go up to any big dog and like think that they're the boss, but I mean, usually big dogs are afraid of them too. That's the funny part because they're fierce, but they're cute.
Interesting thing about Chihuahuas, sorry, butting in here, they're serious ball biters. So like they'll just nip under the carriage of a bigger dog and go for the nuts. And I think over time, like bigger species just are terrified of Chihuahuas now because they're so agile, like they can't get to them. So they're right in there, teeth are into the nuts, and that big dog is down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they've got the right positioning to do that.
That's pretty hilarious. I mean, since I'm small, I was also taught to go for the balls if you're ever in danger, so I suppose it makes
Yeah, I think we were all taught that.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. It is play dirty, never play fair.
Or the eyes or balls, yeah.
Yeah, or my sister also taught me this weird like finger spread technique where you go for the face and just try to shove your finger into any orifice you can when you're pushing someone off you, and then you run the other way while they're going like, my fucking eye and my nose.
I'm learning good tips.
Haven't had to do that though, so I can't verify whether it's any good.
Yeah, stick with pepper spray.
Oh yeah, I also forgot. Trace also did teach me since I was like very young. I think I was 6 years old when he started training me how to aim for the solar plexus. And I packed a mean wallop.
Wait, what does that mean?
The solar plexus, right in the gut.
Oh, okay.
Knocks the wind out of you. Makes you knock the wind out so they have a hard time breathing. They catch their breath. That way you can also have extra time to run. I'm a bit advocate of running because even if you do fight, especially if you have to fight dirty, things can go very wrong.
For sure.
So we may have another lady trying to join us here in a second. Jane Doe was looking to see if we were on, and she may be coming over. She was talking to me in our chat.
Hey there, I'm here.
There you go.
Yay! Good to have you. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I just finally got home from work, so I'm ready to wind down.
Well, good. Then hang out with us. Tell us how your day went, how your week has been, and anything else you'd like to fill us in on.
Just taking care of a 5-year-old. I'm a nanny, so my week has been very exhausting.
Wait, I'm also a nanny.
Oh, nice.
Wow, girl.
Nice.
Yeah, the kids are old, but like, yeah, no, that's so funny. Cute.
I just recently finished a nanny job for 14-year-olds, and I realized like my passion is for little kids instead of teenagers.
Really? Because I feel like I grew up with the kids, kind of. Like, I was really young when I started, and like, now they're around that age, like 14, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm their friend, so it's kind of like I can like actually joke around with them, and I like that. But yeah, I definitely do love little kids too.
I guess it's a little bit different, like when you grow up with them, because like you know them and like you feel comfortable with them. But me, like I just had started; they were already 14. I didn't like grow up with them or anything. So it was really hard, and you know they're like their own person when they're a teenager, so it's kind of hard to like fit in with them, even though I'm like 10 years younger than them.
No, that's what I mean. I'm like, yeah, like that's kind of the same deal, and it's just like. But no, I can understand. Like, I would never want to. Like, if I was a teacher, I could never do like middle school or high school because kids can be assholes at that age.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you guys.
I would never do that. That's why teachers need to get paid more.
Care of them since they're young. If you can help them when they're like younger, you can make sure they're not assholes.
That's right.
I've been working with kids for the last, I think it's 7 or 8 years. I started 2013. Yeah, it's been almost 8 years now. And I started out with just first and second graders. And now I'm with third and fourth graders. And even just the gap between a second grader and a fourth grader is huge.
I believe that.
Yeah, no, I agree for sure. Even I used to take care of a 6-year-old, and then he turned 7, and there's just such a huge difference there. And like during the pandemic, it was really hard for him to like socialize with kids. So first he was really sweet, and then when he started socializing with other kids, he was such an ass, and he actually like got in trouble for bullying other kids, which I felt really bad because I know he's such a good kid.
He just doesn't know how to handle it.
He just needs social skills. This is just tools that he's missing.
Yeah.
And by doing a little bit of training with him where you help him practice and stuff, you can help him get out of that bad habits and figure out how to join a game without pushing yourself in or demanding it or taking control. Because a lot of times it's just, I don't know how to join in, so I force my way in. I don't
It's
like
more
how
like
he behaves.
it's a little bit more like peer pressure because the other kids, like there was the main kid, his father is in the military, so he's deployed all the time. And then he kind of like takes out that anger on other kids, and like for some reason other kids like follow in his footsteps. So
yeah, if this was in our work, I know exactly what we do. We would have a male employee preferably become his support guy, which is behind the scenes. And that person, whoever managed to bond with the kid most, will then start being the positive male model in his life and start helping him work out and be the discipline. So that when he does something, this is the guy who talks to him, but it's never going to be too strict. It's going to be like, hey, however works best for the kids, you know? And then the one who was being, should I say, social pressured into it, help that person with empowering things and do a little like exercise with him and little projects where you do the Secret King method, for instance, to boost his confidence, where you take every little chance you get when he does something good, or even if it's just something basic like he put all his clothes on himself, or he showed up on time to this, or he remembered to do something, and you're like, oh, good job, man. You're always doing so great remembering this. Like, can always count on you. And you pep them up. And then if you can, find a positive leader within the group of children. You can try to find a common interest and make either a club or some fun activity where they're both in the same group, and see if you can encourage friendship with them as well, and try to upset the dynamic, while still giving support to the kid and helping the kid who is aggressive deal with that in a better way and make friends that are in a healthy relationship, because once they see the difference, they want to change.
Why do you sound so sweet? I feel like
And educated.
I just feel like when the boy was like 5 and he was like such a terrorist, like he would just like freak out and like scream, and like I would just be like, I'm not even dealing with you. Like literally go to your room. I don't even care what you do. Like go do whatever, because I can't. If you're screaming at me, I'm not doing it. So that was my take on, and then he would calm down immediately and be like, I'm sorry. And I'd be like, okay, well then let's talk. Like whatever. I just don't engage if they're like freaking out like that. I can't.
Yeah, that's actually one of the techniques we use, because you don't want to give attention to negative behavior. So when it's not dangerous or sabotaging to himself, you don't reward that with attention. You're like, well, I'm not interested in talking to you when you're acting like this. I'm going to go do this fun thing without you. And then you can drag them into the other thing, and then you can have the conversation exactly when they calm down. You're actually doing it really well, because trying to engage them when they're in a state of upset, you're never going to get anywhere, because their mental state is different and they need to calm down to be able to understand the logic behind what you're saying, because they're completely emotion based when they're in that state.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's turned out to be a great guy, great kid. So I did something right, but like
he's been lucky to have you.
Yeah, it was iffy for a while, but yeah, no, I really thought he'd be the one that would like turn out a little funny, but he's great. So
I'll tell you this: the troublesome boys that act out and things like that, even if you have to be strict with them and put the foot down and all that other stuff and be like, hey, I'm not going to engage with you when you're doing this and blah, 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 and you feel like you're being a total nag, those are often the kids that need it the most and appreciate it the most. For instance, we had once a kid from 6 to 7 when I was working first and second graders, and he'd gotten to the point where like a lot of staff would be like, okay, I can't even talk to him. And at that point, they just sent me in if they can't talk to him, or I just initiate that and go there originally. But I could usually get through to him. And at one point, he literally just walks into the room I'm in. He wasn't in there at all. Comes up to me, hugs me, and says, I love you like I love mom. And then he walks away. And that was like the moment I knew, like, okay, I'm doing something that he needs.
See, you need to be a mom. You need to be a mom,
This
Karma.
is why I need to find a good truther man, I can't raise a child with somebody who doesn't get this. But the cutest thing about this story is when he got to 3rd grade, he's not going to come to my after school program anymore. And the day after, I'm in an ice cream shop in the neighborhood, and he and his mom are in the store when I come in. And he looks super shy. He's barely looking at me. He's doing all the shy body posture. And then the mom speaks up. We barely know each other at all. And she's like, he was wondering whether he should say hi when you were on the way. So I'm like, are you kidding me? Come here, my buddy. We're still friends. I don't care if you're not in the after school program. We're still buddies, right? Aren't we friends? And he had the biggest goddamn smile on his face. He ran over, he hugged me, and he was like, okay, it's not just a staff member doing their job. This is a person who cares about me and what she said she meant. Because sometimes you just got to go to the personal level and be like, I care about you as an individual. Sometimes kids need that badly.
No, that's so cute. Like, I'm going to cry.
This is my passion. All the kids we can help like this. I've seen such transformations. I could talk about this all night. So stop me whenever.
No, I mean, I wanted to work in like pediatric ICU, and like I did for a while, but like I'm now in school and like finishing up nursing school, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I want to do pediatric ICU. I love kids, but like, I don't know. It was fine in respiratory, but like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna do adults instead.
Well, it's hard with children. I did pediatrics as a physician assistant, and I've done a lot of interesting things, and it's hard when kids are suffering. But you know what I like about working with medical and with children is they don't lie to you. Children don't lie to you about their symptoms or whatever. They just don't. And
True.
adults, on the other hand, can be very deceptive about things.
Oh yeah, I'm a terrible patient.
And like Trace just sit next to me, kids are also horrible liars most of the time, so it's not hard to tell
they are
when they
horrible.
are.
No, you're right. They're absolutely terrible at lying. If they're good at lying, it's concerning.
Yeah, that means
Yeah.
there's something wrong at home, and you always have
right.
to lie to hide what's wrong.
Yeah, and that's another clue that something's really wrong if they're doing that. So
Yeah, there's a ton of red flags to look out for. It's once you spot more than one, you need to start sneakily digging. But the sneaky part is you don't ask them outright ever. You just make them feel comfortable to talk to you, and when they do, make sure not to react too hard. You just act like, "Oh, really? Oh, that's too bad." Or, "Oh," you don't react like, "Oh my God, really?" Because then they'll be like, "Oh no, I wasn't supposed to tell." And now there's a reaction. I did something wrong because they might have been told at home, "You don't talk about this outside of the house." But if you're just casual and nice about it and just sympathetic, they'll tell you whatever is going on at home.
well, as long as they feel they can trust you too. That's what I found. Building trust, especially in the medical stuff. They've got to trust that you're not going to rat them out. In other words, they know that they can trust you if they say, "Yeah, I'm not going to tell anybody about these things.
But
If
like, you
it's
can't
going
say
to put you in
that.
danger, we'll be good. But if it's in danger, then I have to do stuff. That's okay, right? Yeah. So you have to make agreements too.
Yeah, we do that too at our work. We have to be like, but if it's something dangerous or something very bad, I might have to tell somebody, but it's still okay to tell me and stuff like that.
Yeah, building trust. That's a real big one.
I used to often stay like an extra hour almost every day when we had a kid who was being neglected. But because we documented everything really well and we work with child protective services and stuff, she was moved to her grandma. And she started showing up with clean, combed hair, wearing her own clothes that fit her, and just smiling like every day was great.
Yeah, after they go through things like that, yeah, they appreciate the good things, even the little good things.
Yeah. But I completely forgot we should be talking about flat Earth.
No, sorry.
Speaking,
Sorry.
No, you go ahead. I'm opening boxes.
I was going to say, speaking of children and flat Earth, when I was taking care of the 14-year-olds, one of them just goes, how is it that we can see the sun and the moon at the same time? And the moon just seems so closer than what they're actually saying. And I'm like, oh, like I really wanted to like tell her about flat Earth, but if I would have tell her anything about it, like her mom would have freaked out and fired me. So sometimes like being a nanny can be very hard.
Yeah, but you could have just, you can always say, well, you know what? That's a really good question. And you should go research that and start thinking about that. You can always encourage the thinking without confirming that you think one way or the other.
I kind of did something like that. I was like, you're probably right. There's something to it. But I usually just kind of leave it as minimal as I possibly can. Because I live in Northern Virginia, and people here are super liberal. And
you live near me.
Oh, cool. We're neighbors.
Yeah, I live in DC.
So you understand my pain. Like, people here will flip out over anything. Like, if I say, oh, I'm a flat earther, then they'll be like, oh my God, you're an anti-vax. And I'm like, that has nothing to do with anything.
I think it's the delivery. Like, if you say, like, I'm a flat earther, people...
Right, yeah, no. Even if I, like, question... that's the thing. Like, even if you question the littlest things, people are like, no, that's not the truth. You have to believe everything you're told.
Agree with
we're not taught that in school.
I left a comment on a Facebook post from one of our news medias, and I mentioned how Project Veritas has been covering Fauci and documents from DARPA.
Yeah.
And the first comment back, a reply was, so, do you believe in lizard men or globalists?
Exactly. People are just so stupid.
I'm just telling you, there's literal evidence about Dr. Fauci doing all these horrible things, other than the dog torture.
Yeah.
And he didn't even want to look at it. He just wanted to go into lizard men.
Yeah, well, people like to think, if they hear, instead of like being open-minded and you immediately shut things down, like you're never going to get information that way. Like, you know what I mean? You have to be open-minded on both sides, like, or interested in like learning more, because
exactly.
Yeah.
I think you have to be willing to question anything and be okay with that, because that's what good science is questioning everything. Nothing is ever it's not consensus in science. It's about evidence, and you got to question everything to get there.
But the narrative that they're pushing so heavily is just believe it. It's science. Science is fact, and that's really hard. I lived in a generation where, it was so easy to just go online and look something up and have the answer readily available. Whereas in my father's generation, like, they had to go into books and research everything.
Yeah, you had to do your library time. You had to do some real work back in the day. Yeah, because I'm on the cusp of those two. I'm almost 50, so I was there for all the changeover, and it made a big difference in being able to get it so simply, because that makes indoctrination really easy then too, when it's presented to you so upfront, right there, mass media. It's hard to overcome the biases that you're already getting instilled in you if you keep on that stuff and don't question it.
Right.
The worst part is people realize how dangerous it is. What the hell was that? Anyways, yeah, they don't know how dangerous it is, because every time a horrible atrocity has ever been committed, it's because they had people believing in absurdities. And if you can, just like whether you look at cults or wars, or when they convinced people that smoking was good for you, or the 10 years where they kept x-raying pregnant women even though it was giving their kids cancer, and all this other stuff. There's so many different examples through every single field that human beings touch, where so long as you just do as you're told, you don't look into things yourself, things get progressively worse until, what are you going to do? Things have gone to shit.
Groupthink will kill you.
Oh yeah, it will. I think we should bring back
Crossing the roads will kill you.
everybody about civil disobedience. And when it's necessary.
So I don't know either of you two girls very well at all, new ladies. Do you guys want to give your story about how you came to this subject, and what your thoughts are still on it, or if you've pretty certain that you know that it is flat or not?
Well, 2 years ago, I went to go visit my dad, and me and him weren't really close when I was younger. But long story short, he kind of like red pilled me and basically told me the earth was flat. And then he just kind of like educated me on everything. And it was really wonderful. And I've just been trying to educate myself a little bit more. And recently I found you guys, and I just like to listen in and hear what everyone has to say about everything, because finding information online is very hard. So
Yeah, it is. Have you guys used David Weiss's app? Because he's got links to all the videos that are scrubbed from YouTube in one place if you ever need.
Oh yeah, no. What is it? I have an iPhone. Would it be on the Apple Store?
It's on the App Store. It's on the Apple Store, as far as I know, too. Like the highest rated app. But it's the Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. I think that's the name.
Sounds better.
And it's the one by Blue Water Bay. So make sure you get that one, not the other one. And I think it's $3, $3.50 or something. And you can even connect with other people. It now has a connection that allows you to see other flat earthers where they live, and you can even contact them if you wish.
Oh, that's
you
cool.
can
I'm sorry, what's it called
like-minded
again?
people. It's the Sun and Moon Zodiac Clock app, I think. I think that's the title. I always forget. It's a long, funny title. Doesn't have flat Earth in it.
Sun, Moon, and Zodiac.
Right,
Yeah.
so we'll know for sure.
There it is. Flat Earth,
Yes.
Sun, Moon, and
Found
Clock.
it.
Yeah, Clock. Yeah, that's a good one. And like I said, you can connect with people, and when they have meetups, different groups are having meetups at different times. It's a great way to meet people in your local area. I've used it.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
I'm gonna check it out. I'm buying it right now.
Just make sure it's the Blue Water Bay one. As long as it's that one, you've got the right one, because there is a fake one out there, and it's not near as
Uh-oh.
good.
Oh, yeah, there's like two different ones. Flat Earth Clock, and then there's oh, it's the same one. Obviously, the one that's more highly rated.
The one that's top rated, and yeah, it's the Blue Water Bay, and it's fun. Makes it easier to share information with others if you want to talk about it, and also do your own research. If you go to that question mark button that has links to all kinds of videos, and then there's a video posted every day that you can watch.
That's so cool that the App Store has this, because like everything else is so censored. Even YouTube. Oh my God, YouTube is so heavily censored.
That's
I
the
don't
reason
even go on it anymore.
He developed it for that reason, because he couldn't find stuff anymore. But it links into a YouTube channel that has all the videos, so it's pretty cool.
Oh, good.
So he makes it so you can find all that stuff that's been disappearing, all the stuff that was really great back in 2012 to all the way up to now. Yeah.
People are so stupid.
You guys
Sorry.
want to talk
I'm
about
just-
music?
What about the music, man?
Do you guys want to talk about music? Like
Flat Earth music?
I don't know. Yeah, like is there a genre? That's fascinating.
Oh yes, there is. There's a genre.
Really?
Who am I speaking to right now? Who is this?
It's Kavanigan.
Yeah, we actually have a bot, a music bot. You can go in and listen to some of the more recent stuff that people are posting that's Flat Earth related or that genre. But yeah, you can find a lot of different groups. ODD is one.
Right.
We've got even Drace and his sister. His sister's on tonight, Karma. They make some pretty good music on SoundCloud and other places.
That's wild.
I think it's on YouTube as well, isn't it?
Well, when you think about it, a dance floor is flat, right? So
yes.
Why shouldn't the music be?
Yeah, I
Picking
agree.
up what I'm putting down?
Yep, I am. So are you a flat earther?
I have been told that I'm a globe earther by some dissenting voices on the server, but I'm definitely, turning around a corner. You're
questioning.
Obviously
You're
not.
questioner. That's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah. I'll put it this way. I'm turning around a corner, not a curve. Picking up what I'm putting down.
Yes, absolutely. Nice. That's excellent, man. No, we want questioners. We're not trying to convince anybody of anything. You have to find out for yourself and know. I want you to know, though, not believe.
Right.
I don't need to replace a religion for you for anything. So.
Right. It's a fascinating war of geometry, isn't it? It really is a war of geometry. And maybe in 2,000 years they will call this, the Great War of Geometry. And
I think that's true.
Flat Earthers
definitely.
and globe earthers actually arm themselves and go to bloody tumult, the casualties could be massive, but maybe what emerges from that could just change the game forever. I'm not saying that everybody should arm themselves, ready to start this
Arm yourself with
final
minds
stand.
and words. Minds and words are good arming, though, too. So we can do that.
Right. So, it's always been interesting getting to know the different discourses. But enough from me. I'll let the ladies take the floor.
No, more than welcome. We actually are always looking for somebody to talk to. So I'm glad you're questioning. I'm glad you're here. It is for the guys to ask questions that haven't been in here with us before. So it's not just for the girls. I'm not into judging whether somebody's a sellout or not. I just provide the information because he does provide at least a source of information. If you're worried about why I said that app is good, it has nothing to do with anything else but that. So discern for yourself what is a sellout or not. That's fine. That's cool, Karma, that you found somebody that's from Iceland. So that's a nice thing about that, resource. It's just a resource and a tool so you can find other people like-minded and find more information. Yeah, I suggest group meetups are best if you're going to meet with people, since you don't really know who's behind that screen. It could be a good thing, though. I've had group meetings with some other flat earthers here in this state, and it's been fun.
What state are you in?
Arkansas!
Oh my gosh, my dad lives in Arkansas.
I just moved here 7 months ago. I'm originally a Pacific Northwester from Washington, Eastern Washington. Yep. Moved here for the weather and retire. I was getting tired of snow and digging out every winter.
Retire? Oh my gosh, you sound so young.
Well, I'm not quite 50, but I retired early due to a military injury. So.
Okay. Well, thank you for your service. My dad was in the military also. Funny that he's not very good with relationships, and I'm like, you need to find like a flat earth community in Arkansas. Like, I'm sure there's some over there. He's like, no. He's a big homebody.
Yeah, a lot of veterans are.
Yeah, it's so sad because my dad, like, he's the best person ever, and he's just been like so screwed in life. And obviously, I just want the best for my dad. But
sure. Where at? Is he in? I'm in the Ozark area.
Okay, Fayetteville.
Okay, yeah. There's a lot of flat earthers in Fayetteville, and actually, we've had one meetup there that I've been to so far. I know they've had others, but I've been to one so far since I've been here. So
that's
yeah,
awesome.
you guys you'll have to get him the app, and then we can communicate through that, or you can come on here, and I'll let you guys know when it's Helio Skeptic, who's a member of our Discord. Who has?
Yeah, I talked to him once.
He's in
really
Fayetteville.
sweet.
Yeah,
oh my God! No way. That's so cool.
So he puts together meetups every once in a while. So your dad is more than welcome. We go to usually a restaurant and hang out and just have a good time.
That's awesome.
Hanging out.
And that's what that app that you were saying, the one that was $2.99.
You can use that, but also Helio will advertise it when he does another one on here. So you can do it from here too, and find out what time and day and place. And yeah, we'll meet up again, I'm sure, in the spring probably.
Yeah, for sure. I gotta tell him about it. I know he'd love to.
Yeah, and tell him I'll show up, and then you can have another veteran to talk to.
Yay! Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I love meeting new people, especially people with common interests. It's great. I'd even like to set up sometime, since I live close to Bull Shoals Lake, which is really huge. I'd love to set up a flat Earth canoe trip down, do some canoeing or something, or kayaking. That'd be fun for somebody like him to get out and do if he likes the outdoors.
Yeah, he loves the outdoors. He has like 2 fishing boats and a bunch of outdoor equipment.
Ooh,
he just never uses.
I need to be his friend. I'm a big time fisherman. So.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So we'll have to do that. We'll have to make sure he gets out and gets some fishing in.
Yeah.
I'll force him into maybe. Convince him it's worth it.
Oh yeah. It's just like, it really is nice. Like, this is my first time being on Discord and everything, and like being able to communicate with like-minded people is so comforting, just because like ever since I became like a flat earther, like I just feel, I don't know, I don't want to sound like narcissistic or anything, but like it's just when I talk to like normal people that don't really like know the truth, it's just kind of like, I don't know, it's just kind of hard for me to talk to others.
It's hard to connect. It's hard to connect because you have to hold back, because you know they're going to react really badly to some.
Yeah, exactly. And then they just like think you're crazy, and I'm just like, yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, I've been called crazy many a time. I've gotten used to it.
I'm just like, you know what? When we die, we'll all know the truth in heaven, so it's not worth wasting my breath.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's nice just to find people though that you can hang out with and don't have to restrain your speech about certain subjects. You can be okay with it. So I know how that goes. We all do actually here. That's one of the reasons I think we all come on here and do our thing.
For sure.
Not only to help get other people to question their reality, but also just to have some camaraderie, and some time together, and not feel like we're a bunch of crazy folks that have nobody.
Right. We can all be crazy together.
Yep, and I think everybody's a little crazy anyway. It's all okay. I don't have a problem with it. But I do think things would be better if people knew the truth. I definitely wish people would wake up to more truth.
I agree with that for sure, but everything is so heavily filtered on social media, and we're so censored. I really do believe that we are like a big majority. There are a lot more flat earthers than what we think.
Yeah, the closet flat earthers, there are definitely a lot of them out there. I've met a few of them. Yeah, and they're more than I think you're right. Than they want us to know. I don't think they want us to know how big this really is.
For sure, yeah.
I think they're scared of it too. Some of us even think that was part of the reason for such a hard censorship, even with the Congress talking about our subject specifically. Talking about flat Earth specifically in Congress was bizarre, and having the president even use it as an insult is just kind of funny. It tells you that there's something to this that they're afraid of.
No, I agree for sure. And it's just really sad that they just kind of like bully us into being quiet when it's just frustrating, like the evil people out there just trying to quiet us. And it's sad because there's so many good people out there that want us to know the truth, but the majority, it really is silent.
Yeah, there's a lot of fear-based control, and it's sad because I think that affects your entire life, your health, your spiritual well-being, everything. So that's one of the reasons I do this. I come on here for this reason, to hopefully get people to think for themselves, get out of that fear-based lifestyle,
Yeah.
and being controlled by it, because it does. It affects everything, including how well you feel about life.
Yeah.
And there's too much depression. I see so many people depressed and sad, and there's a lot of exciting stuff out here. It's a interesting, exciting place if you allow it to be and question it.
Right. I
A lot
agree.
of
Like,
sorry.
oh, sorry.
I was just
No,
gonna say, a lot of the psychological things, like the depression and all this different stuff, it comes from the mainstream programming and the traumatizing of the children. Because they try to break you when you're young. Just look at the Elsa Gate on YouTube, or the nasty things they throw in Disney movies and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it
Then-
gets worse and worse.
Yeah, and it gets progressively worse, like Trace is saying.
Yeah.
So,
Conditioning.
of course, we're going to churn out more and more people with psychological issues if we're literally programming them to have them. I mean, my favorite thing about that show, Everybody Loves Raymond, is the fact that 90% of the cast are narcissists, and then the rest are co-narcissists. So if
Hmm.
you're analyzing and trying to practice how to deal with narcissists, they provide good examples of narcissistic behavior. But they put laughing tracks on it as if it's funny when they're doing psychological abuse.
Yeah, my mom used to hate that show because she said it just made everybody look like terrible, awful people or really stupid people, and she couldn't stand it because I think she was pretty awake. At least that's why I think I was able to wake up so easy, because she allowed us to question anything we wanted, and was kind of one of those people that just didn't buy into the programming.
It's, for instance, when you're very good at heart and you're kind, a lot of this nasty, evil shit, it'll feel disharmonious to you, and there's something off-putting about it. And then later, if you've learned about things like, narcissism and fallacies, and then you look at it again and you're like, this is why I always hated this. He's abusing that person and everybody's applauding him. No wonder I hated this movie. That kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, people keep returning to their abusers all the time in this situation. The trauma-based mind control is very powerful. Makes you return, just like it's a kind of a Stockholm syndrome almost.
Just like an abusive relationship. Oh, but he loves me and he said he'll change, and he only beats me when he's drunk. Like those excuses excuse the behavior at all?
Oh yeah. No, and even in my medical practice, I saw such an increase in depression as social media came up and became so much more powerful within our societies. It's just the narcissism that it has created is sick. It's really sick for people to be that narcissistic. It's not healthy at all. And the way they treat each other because of it is horrid. It's absolutely horrid. And the codependency is not any much better. It isn't. It's
yeah,
just
I'm very guilty of that. I'm a very codependent person. Yeah.
Yeah, I was. I've learned
also
to
been working
fight
on it.
through it. Yep, me too.
But if you have to choose between a narcissist and a co-narcissist, I'd take a co-narcissist any day. If you have
Me too.
choose between a codependent and a conformist, I'd take a codependent any day, because you can at least teach them independence.
Yeah, they can be pulled out of it. The narcissist, they don't even want to treat them in the psychological arena. They consider them incurable. It's crazy
They
how
have to
they
go
don't even
through a
want to treat
break.
it.
It's because it's so hard to you can force somebody to have an ego break, but they have to break through all those delusions. So unless it's like a super talented therapist that knows either hypnosis or neurolinguistic programming, most people just aren't equipped to deal with this kind of shit. And
Yeah,
it
they
literally
refuse
is
to.
training on the therapist, so I can understand why they wouldn't want to do that. We lived with a narcissist for 5 or 6 years, and the gaslighting, and I was starting to get PTSD from her. And I know what PTSD is. I recognize it.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
had
no,
an anxiety
you can get
attack at one point, and I was like, "This is not good enough." Eventually, we for 5 or 6 years we tried to help this girl with everything we know, the whole me and Trace, and she just kept getting worse. And eventually, I just put my
feed
foot down
off
and said,
of it.
"Get the fuck out of our house."
Yeah, they actually feed off of it. You have to stop supplying the need. It's terrible, but that's what it is.
Hard, though, because she gave birth to a baby, and we were taking care of the baby. So who has time to deny the narcissist? You have to take care of the baby.
Yeah, those are the hardest ones to be in. I've recently been trying to help a group that's dealing with that right now with a family of narcissists with a little baby, and it's so tragic and so difficult.
So tragic. I totally agree. But I'll tell you one thing, a little bit of distance, not having her in the house helped a hell of a lot. Because she was falling into routines and bad habits and bad like things that she used to do as a teenager that she'd gotten a bit better at over the years. She was a more functioning narcissist until she started spiraling. She started dragging mom into it. Oh, it was just dreadful. But everything's getting better. She hasn't been in our house for a while now. She just comes over and drops off the baby. We watched the baby earlier today. It was super nice. And I don't have to live with that anymore. It's very nice. I'm so happy. It's like being freed from oppression almost. It's like,
Oh, it is. It's terroristic almost, living like within a terroristic system. I know it's terrible. I've been there, done that, got the t-shirt.
Oh, my mom just sent me a text. I'm going to go brush her hair. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Awesome.
In a bit. Hey, damsel, I'm curious as to like how you discovered that the Earth was flat.
Well, I got some time off from my very busy life of being a medic and traveling and doing all kinds of crazy stuff, combat and that sort of stuff. And then I got ill from actually, I won't say exactly what, but the same thing kind of stuff that they're giving out now and people are suffering from side effects from. I ended up with a polio-like syndrome and ended up in a wheelchair for 10 years.
Oh my God.
On a feeding tube and hospice. I was on hospice for 2 of those years.
Wow.
And gave me time to really start thinking about things. And my son got me hooked on YouTube. And he was starting to look at truther videos. And so we started doing that together as part of me having something to do while I was bedridden and a lot of pain and not fun. I was on a feeding tube even, so I couldn't do much but just lay there and listen to stuff and think a lot. And I have several degrees in biology, and then also as an Air Force member, so I had a couple of flights that were interesting based on the globe wouldn't have had to make an emergency landing. And so these things were in my back of the mind when the first video about flat Earth. It took me less than an hour to figure out where I'd gone wrong and that, yeah.
Wow.
Definitely flat because I had experiences even as a child seeing things too far that people told me were a mirage, and I knew they couldn't be because we'd seen them from hundreds of miles away and we'd driven from them to home and still could see it. And it was like, that's no mirage.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was just a bunch of things went click, click, click. As soon as I watched one, I was like, yep, I was wrong. And, I was a scientist. I had science degrees. So it was like, boy, did I not question enough. I trusted my professors and all these things that I thought had been verified. And then I started going diving deep to see if everything that I thought I knew was even based on anything. And I even found it in medicine and other places that, nope. A lot of the things I thought were true were totally based on false information or something. So,
wow.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Exactly. That one did it for me too. So, but yeah, I ended up actually having ability to get healed by changing diet, going to herbal medicine, getting off all the pharmaceuticals, and
Oh my God.
had a
That's
miracle.
like my dream.
Final miracle happened in January 2020, and I was able to throw the wheelchair away, and I can drive and take care of myself. And
Oh my God.
I am
That's
listed
so
as terminal.
awesome.
Still listed. I have no symptoms. So what can I say?
Wow. God is good. That's so amazing. I'm so happy for you.
Exactly what I can say is I got closer to the creator through flat Earth as well. It changed a lot of my ideas about things.
Oh my God, me too. Me too. Like, oh, I totally agree with you. It's crazy. I just feel so much more closer to God and just like so at peace with so many things that have gone bad in my life. So Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
me
That's
too.
why, like, sometimes I try like there's so many like topics I want to talk about. I've been so sheltered for a couple years. Being in a relationship with someone who was the complete opposite of me, and
Yeah, mine told me I was crazy when I came to these understanding.
aw. Yeah, it's so like my relationship with God is like stronger than ever, and I'm so thankful for that. And yeah, I want to ask you, like, were you a pilot when you were in the Air Force or no?
Medic. I was a
Just a
medic.
medic. Okay.
Yeah, flight medic, and then, like I said, I became a physician assistant, and then that's when my disease really kicked off from injuries due to I was given a bunch of shots just before I went to combat, and too many at one time, and whatever was in them sent me down the same path that you're seeing people in today, where they're shaking and having seizures and neurological problems and just crazy, very crazy, very painful, not fun, and nearly got me. Nearly
Yeah,
got me,
that's
but I made it. I didn't believe the doctors when they told me I was going to die, and I fought hard, and God was there through the whole thing.
yeah, amen. I think my dad was telling me about they were giving out vaccines to service members who went overseas. I got to ask him about it because I'm not trying to like put words in his mouth, but something about a vaccine and it like killed a bunch of service members or made them really ill.
Yes, we've got a lot of us that have had gone through the same thing I have. We were real careful about using the V word here, so that's why
I'm
struggling.
sorry.
No,
Okay, sorry.
we're being broadcast on YouTube, and we want to be very cautious how we talk.
You got to speak in code. Call it the juice.
That's right.
The juice. Okay, thank you.
The juice, things like that. Yeah, so that's why I called it something else.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
yeah, but yeah, there is a group that they claim are toxic injury vets, but they're actually won't admit that the toxic injury is due to those juices.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because they gave a lot of us bunches of stuff just before we went, and a lot of us are sick. And even people who didn't deploy, who got a bunch of those juices, have ended up having major problems and dying. We've had a lot of death in the military that people don't even know about. I would suspect Gulf War syndrome is also related.
Yes, that's what it was. My dad has the Gulf War syndrome.
Yeah, I'm classified with that as well.
Yeah, he like once a year he gets like strangely sick. It's like flu-like symptoms, but doctors can never figure out what it is.
Yep, it's residuals from that stuff. I think it is. So they were testing a lot of things on us, and I even gave vaccines that we didn't even know what was in them or what they were. They were just listed as letters A or B.
What? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, the last time I got juiced was like in 2018 before I knew about all this stuff, and it was for school, but it was like tetanus and stuff. Like I don't know. I really haven't sat down and done research on all these different brands of juice, but I mean I'm still I'm not anti-juice, but I do believe in some like Hep A and whatnot. I feel like those help, but then again, like they don't last forever.
Yeah, and they have side effects as well. So there's all kinds of problems. Yeah, if you ever want to do a deep dive, I suggest you go to a channel called MIG, just like it sounds, MIGMAG, and start listening to the scientists that have alternative views on certain theories that have never been confirmed. Actually,
is this on Discord?
It's on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
And they have a Twitter channel as well. So they have I think they're on Odyssey and a couple other places too. But I know you can find them on YouTube. But if you want to hear directly from some of the scientists about what is really what they think is actually going on with certain theories, like even how viruses work, you might want to check it because it's quite. I've changed my mind about a lot of things, especially once I found the research that showed nothing had been confirmed. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to say what I believe now because in the medical community, there's very few of us that understand that there was a takeover during Louis Pasteur's coming to understanding what he thought infectious agents were and how to treat them with certain juices, and I'm not so sure any of that stuff is very good for us at all, and I'm not so sure we need it. So, and after my own experience, I kind of have to say I've got personal anecdotal experience, but the research I found and the NIH studies that they never showed me in medical school. I went to 2 years of medical school and I didn't get shown these things. They never talked about it.
Wow.
And they should have, because it's definitely that we were being run by the big farm guys were even at medical school. So they were providing lunches and all kinds of stuff, making sure we gave credence to all their products.
Wow. Prune juice. Yeah, that's crazy. You were talking about also like doing like homeopathic medicine instead of
herbal and homeopathic. I did both, and I still do both, and it's been very successful, obviously. And organic food, making sure I got detoxed of everything I could, and heavy metals removed, and all kinds of things I've done.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry for people who are listening. I really need to ask this because I'm doing a lot of research on heavy metal detox. Like, I need help finding good products. Like, I'm currently doing colloidal silver, chlorophyll, and I'm trying to find like fulvic acid.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
What other things could you recommend for me?
I even did things like borax. There are other people that also do. I did one that's called childhood immunization homeopathy for removing all the metals. It's a special formula made by this naturopathic group, and you can get it at a lot of naturopaths. I think you might even be able to order it yourself. I'll have to look it up. I do biocell salts. I found that really helped. What's called bioplasm. So the cell salts and things like that have really helped. And then a lot of mushrooms. I did a lot of different kinds of mushroom blends that seemed to really help with the inflammation I was dealing with.
Like actual edible mushrooms, or like
like reishi, turkey tail, lion's mane, combinations of a bunch of different ones, and I even did microdosing of psychedelic mushrooms when I was struggling so much with the residual depression that was caused by all my long-term severe pain and being on hospice and all this crazy stuff that I went through, and it really helped. It really helped. I would have never even considered doing those things because I was military. I never did any of that stuff, but I found that even I was so sick and throwing up all the time because my stomach didn't work. Like I said, I had a feeding tube. None of their drugs would stop me from throwing up constantly, so I ended up using herb, smoking or vaporizing marijuana, and it helped medically big time. Big time.
I bet. It's just so hard to like do certain things just because like I'm young and I'm trying to find like a job in the federal government, so that stuff is a big no-no there.
Why they don't even let us officially use it in the VA system, even when I was discharged and all that.
Yes.
They couldn't say I could take it. They would just say quietly in my ear, "We think you should be on that." And my state was allowed medical use, so I was able to get help, and it made a huge difference because there was a period of time that I just didn't want to make it anymore because I was so sick. And it really helped. Didn't get rid of the pain, but it made it so I could tolerate the levels of pain I was at, because I was at 200 milligrams of morphine a day, wasn't even making it stop. So understand how bad it really was, but it made a difference for me and reduced enough of the inflammation I could survive. So, and helped with the depression as well. So.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing all that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we have other places we can talk privately, and even on the Ladies Night channel, if you ever want to talk or have a question about specifics, what I've done, or you have your own issue and I can help you, I am always willing to help make suggestions. I don't give medical advice officially, but I give suggestions, the things that might help you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And sorry for everyone listening. I know it's supposed to be flat earth. I know I'm like I'm a stickler when I listen. Like, this isn't flat Earth. Sorry.
Well, sometimes we diverge a little bit, but it
Yeah.
helps. If it helps other people, I'm all for it. So even if
Yeah.
it's just for a few minutes. So, but yeah, I try to help where I can now, since I don't practice in the allopathic field, and I'm, like I said, retired at this point. So, like, I've only been out of the wheelchair coming up on 2 years. So.
Good for you. Congrats. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm really happy about it. It's fun to be able to walk and eat and not be in pain. It's awesome. And be able to drive again, get my license back. That was fun.
Yeah, I bet. Are you like walking back to normal, or do you need like assistance?
No assistance at all now. None at all.
Wow. Good for
Yeah,
you.
nobody can tell that I was that sick unless I tell them now.
Wow.
I can show my scars to prove it, but that's the only proof I have now. So it's awesome.
Going back on track with flat Earth, do you know anything about like Tesla? Do you have like information?
I know some, and I know we had a recent show. I think it was this last Sunday that they presented on this channel right here a whole presentation on Tesla and provided a lot of links and information. So you may want to find out. Yeah, they did a whole program on it. So I would assume that somebody knows what timestamp or has that separated out so that you can go back and listen and find the information. It's all there. But yeah, I know a little bit about him. What I learned on that program was helpful, and I still want to research more. I mean, it's so interesting.
I just feel like I'm sure like you've had those feelings when you were younger, like there's so much more to like the world than there really is. And I feel very much that way when it comes to like technology nowadays. Like we've been kind of like at a plateau when it comes to technology. Like just think about like all these prototypes of cars that are coming out. They're only prototypes. They're so futuristic. They have so much technology involved in it, but they don't mass produce it just because, well, sure, like there's a lot of money that goes into it, but I just feel like there's just so much more.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. This place was created so that we could actually have energy that would not harm the environment. I think that's been hidden from us for a reason, because again, that would not make us reliant then on these companies and all that. But I also believe that there's other ways to do things that would be much more beneficial and way more fun, I think.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I agree. There's something wrong with the technology when you say, yeah, we're going to switch everybody over battery-driven cars. But what happens when it has a snowstorm and it's cold and everybody's stopped on the interstate for 24 hours? And
yeah,
what happens then? You're going to have a big, huge generator truck come out and recharge them all after they tried to keep everybody warm, or will they even start in severe cold weather for long term? I mean, batteries are not that great. I'm just like, what are we doing? What are we thinking here? Because I don't know what we're going to do if that kind of stuff. California doesn't want to have any gas vehicles by 2030 or something. Or
that's not going to happen. There's no way, because it's like it's you can't easily afford something like that. Like, sure, like you can buy a Tesla now, brand new, somewhat affordable. I mean, if you're making good money, but like in 10 years, in 5 to 10 years, when you need a new battery, it's going to cost you over $10,000 to get it replaced without the warranty.
And who has that just laying around when they've got other bills and other things you got to save? So I don't know how they expect it to work. But
even Elon Musk knows, like we don't have the infrastructure for it, even by 2030.
Yeah, and I agree with somebody saying that. Yeah, you'll own nothing and be happy because you'll just rent everything. But the thing is that it restricts you from being free. I mean, that's one of the greatest freedoms, is being able to move without and go places without having to worry about somebody shutting or hacking the computer in it, which that happened to Tesla this last summer. They were out of commission for a day or several hours during one day, that the cars wouldn't even start. So I'm like, this is not good for control. How are you supposed to? Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I did see that article. There's an article of a guy in like Norway or something who wrapped his Tesla up in dynamite because I think it was $21,000. He needed a new battery, and he's like, it would just be cheaper for me to buy dynamite and blow it up and get a new car.
Well, you consider all the waste that's going to happen because
Oh
of
my
those,
God.
the mining in third world countries, the abuse of the people that have to mine it. I just
Yeah.
feel that this is just morally going to be just bankrupt as well.
Well, people don't care. Going green is the best.
And I would love to be real green where we didn't have to have still destruction of the environment and slave labor to produce it, and control systems that won't let us have the ability to not have to pay out the nose every so many years for a new battery.
I mean, it's the classic case of people who are like, I want peace. So they're like, okay, we're going to bomb in the name of peace. You're like, okay, well, we want people to preserve their virginity. And they're like, okay, we're going to fuck everybody for virginity. They're still doing what they want to do, but they're just putting the name of what people want on it.
It's so true.
It really annoys me sometimes.
Yeah, I could tell.
Me and Trace have had many conversations about these things. We're like, well, they're doing it again.
I know. I feel so bad. I definitely create this. That's why I always just like sit and listen, because I really like. I'm definitely no Witsit. Like Witsit, I love listening to him talk because he just like always has an answer for everything, and I love that.
He's got the flow too. He knows how to
Man.
flow. So yeah, he's definitely got his facts in order.
So
I want to have a brain like that.
Well, I think it's also because a lot of us truther types tend to be like the men are masculine and the women are feminine, and they have this like men are stronger in some things generally, and women are stronger in other things generally. Like with the hyper focus with the men, they can problem solve really easy and spot the problem in the direct causation with the logic and following this directly from A to C. Meanwhile, the women are more like, we can see the macro. We are seeing the picture of, but if you're saying this, that implies that because the connection between this and then this person's doing that, and that means this. Where we can trace it, and we see maybe sometimes the bigger picture more. We're thinking about how it connects to other things, and we often go into, for instance, how this affects people. Have you noticed that? A lot of the ladies are going into.
We're the emotional contact that the guys need, and then we also can somewhat see the future better than they do when we can see all the potential outcomes better, I think.
Hell, I've had future dreams many a time.
Yeah, and we're just better at that. I think we were designed to be that part of the help, so we can help each other. I think we complement each other when we fulfill our roles to maximum ability. And everybody's an individual still, you know?
We complement each other by delegating roles because we complement each other like the yin and the yang. Because the yin has the lesser yang and the yang has the lesser yin.
I was just thinking
men and women are masculine and feminine, and so long as you're in accordance to your natural state, and so is the other person, you work amazingly well together. This is why my brother is my best friend.
Yeah, I know. You guys work so well together, even musically. That's why you guys do well together on that too.
Thank you.
Aww. Yeah.
That was one time I approved of that soundboard.
It's okay. I like it.
Yeah, it's not bad, so long as it's not in the middle of your sentence.
Hey, damsel, when you were in was it the Air Force?
Yeah.
Did any of the pilots ever talk about like being flat Earth? Because they were pilots and they knew like the maps and the controls and whatnot. I'm very curious about that.
I never actually questioned any of them on it, so I didn't really do that. But I did fly up front with them a lot, and boy, was it flat.
Yeah.
So I think they subconsciously, if they didn't consciously know that
Right.
it definitely doesn't appear to be curving in anywhere. And then, like I said, when we had an emergency flight, uh, we had a window break on the way to Guam one time, and we had to make a change in direction to get to a safe landing spot. And it didn't make any sense to me because we were supposedly closer to Guam. And so I don't know why we didn't go there until years later when I understood what I was looking for was the flat earth to explain it. The positioning made sense that we went to Hawaii, even though it was supposedly going to be a longer distance. It didn't turn out to be. It was crazy. It
Right.
kind of blew my mind at the time. I just filed it away in that file of, I don't understand what we just did. And later on, like I said, when I watched that first video, those things all popped up and I went, oh my word, I now know why all that didn't make sense. Now
Right.
it does.
That's the thing. Like my dad, when he had told me, like, "Oh, the Earth is flat," he's like, "When you go back home on the airplane, pull up the map and see how they're flying, and see how, like, in the littlest ways they manipulate you to believe that the Earth is curved by, you know, the map being curved or using the spherical model." And it really is like, even flying, like there. I remember I get a lot of my flat Earth information via Instagram. And who was it? I think it was like Jen Murray Flat Earth. She posted this video of like an emergency landing that they had to do from, like, is it like South America? I don't remember the whole details, but it, like, basically what you were trying to explain to me about the emergency landing.
Yeah, it didn't make sense if you were
Yeah.
on a globe. It was further away, but on the flat Earth model, it worked and it was made sense completely. So it was like, okay, but they do the same thing to our pilots. They got rid of the navigators years ago, just as I was coming into the Air Force. They got rid of the navigation position, and it all became computerized. And so they fly with a laptop up front that shows a globe picture if you want, or it
Wow.
can go back to flat. But they also have flat physical maps as well as they're using to plot the
Wow.
course.
That's
But
crazy.
it's mostly run by the AI now, computer systems, so that there's even less reason to question it. I'm sure when there was navigators, they
Wow.
probably were really picking up on the craziness of some of the flight routes.
One of the live streams I was listening in on to, one of the guys mentioned that when you fly, you technically have to fly at an upwards tilt. And I like planes, not like I don't know about helicopters, but thinking of that, like, if you are on a curve and you have to constantly fly at somewhat at an angle upwards, like, you have to calculate the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, or you'd end up being at a different elevation within a few miles. Yeah,
You'd be in Mars.
And you notice how you can always feel when the plane's about to land because it starts to slight nose down and starts, descending, and you can feel it. It's like if that was going on constantly, you would notice it. You would notice it. That's why I said the inner ear thing was one of my big clues. I was like, yeah, it can't be moving either because, we're not feeling it. Angular motion, you'd have to feel it. And downward vector on your plane, you're going to feel it. When you land and take off, you feel it. You always know. So,
yeah, for sure. And my boss, one of my older bosses, they were talking to their kid and they were like, it's quicker to fly to London than flying to London back to Virginia. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, because the Earth moves underneath us while we're flying. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure.
Sure it does.
Yeah, sure.
Well, it actually doesn't.
Yeah.
But it should. If their model was correct, then Coriolis would be a real thing instead of just a fictitious apparent thing that we see.
That's the thing, like, flying, if the Earth is moving so fast, why can't we just fly up at a certain distance and just stay there for a little bit, and then we would get to our destination much quicker?
Oh, yeah, your helicopter flights would be like that. Yeah, your balloon flights, things like that.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to go around the Earth. Yeah, it's just crazy.
That's the thing, is once you realize how...
You would put the airlines out of business if you use that.
You would.
Fly up, wait, and then come back down. They don't want that.
Yeah, they want to pollute the Earth and make more money. But yeah, that was my big thing. Like my dad questioned me, like, have you ever seen the Earth curved? I'm like, yeah, sure. Like on pictures and stuff. He's like, no, that's all fisheye lens. And have you ever even seen a real picture of Earth? And I Googled it, and I'm just like, wow, like if you, like, he really opened that, like, third eye in my mind. Like, wow, like if you actually, like, Google Earth and look at pictures, like, they all look CGI. And even, like,
They do to
Googling.
me now. I may have not noticed it before, but they now.
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't really notice that they were that CGI looking until I woke up. Yeah, how did I miss that? Because now I can't miss it.
Yeah.
Tell they're not real.
You don't see it until you look at it with a critical eye, because until then, your bias is going to make it look real.
Right. Even like if you Google, like on Google Earth. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, kind of like when old ladies get catfished. They don't want to see how it's not fitting.
No, he's real. I just have to give him $3,000 more.
I mean, I swear he's from England. So what if all his writing is like, you give me money now, honey. I love you so much.
Like Googling on the Google Maps, not Google Maps, Google Earth, they have, like, if you try to look up Antarctica, there is no, it's just a blur. There's no photo of it. And why is it so heavily guarded? And people are like, oh, it's not heavily guarded. You can go there. I'm like, okay, try it. Try finding a flight to Antarctica.
Well, they can go to Deception Island, right?
Yeah, there you go.
That's it, though.
They even named it Deception Island. How funny is that?
It's funny. Yeah, I just,
Can't
if they
make
would just do a circumnavigate north to south, or even do like some have said, go one plane going one side around the Antarctic continent and the other one going the other direction. And if they don't meet up at the right time on the opposite side, there's a problem.
Yeah, they tend to always be on the nose like that. For instance, what was it? Epstein's jet was Lolita's Express, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they shove it in your face so that to tempt the truthers to be like, look at this, look at this, look at all this circumstantial evidence that they've laid out for us. And the person's like, you just got circumstantial stuff. It's a trap.
Let's see. Oh, Karma, that's who it is. I remember, I think last week you were talking about video games. And if there were like video games who kind of like expose flat Earth in a sense. If you look at like open map worlds, like for example, Grand Theft Auto, and you go on a plane or a helicopter and you fly all the way to the top, like the model of the map is flat. They don't add curvature to it, which I find very interesting. And like a simple game like Animal Crossing doesn't do that. Animal Crossing has curvature in the game, and you can tell like such a big difference. Like,
yeah, it's so unnatural.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody knows, but like your eye is always level to the horizon. Even when you're flying high up in a plane, your eye level is always meets the horizon. That wouldn't be possible if the Earth was spherical.
Yeah, they even teach in art all this stuff about perspective. Like,
right.
I can't believe I didn't realize how much nonsense this was when I was learning about this in art class, because I didn't connect it because they decompartmentalize everything so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm a painter and artist since I was like 6, and I took a lot of art classes too, and I knew about perspective and how to do it, but I never applied it to the real world like I should have. But it made it really easy. Like I said, when Flat Earth came around, it was like, oh, now I understand all this stuff with what I was seeing. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, it's the linchpin that ties in all the other stuff. You're like, now a lot of things make sense.
Yeah, everything just kind of like falls into place.
Yeah, I still remember that first week of finding out it was flat and how fun that was and how exciting and how overjoyed I was at the same time to have all these things that I had put away in this mind file I had of things I didn't understand why they worked the way they worked, because it just was what I was told. And so I was like, when all the things snapped in place, it was so good feeling. It still feels good, but it was a real euphoria time. I remember it. My son went through the same thing when he had his experience when he came to Flat Earth too, which was shortly after me. So it was really cool to kind of share that together too.
Yeah, totally. Like, just like as soon as Trace found out, he pretty much told me, showed me everything.
Yeah, I bet he could hardly keep himself from telling you when he found out.
Oh, not a chance. He's always, whenever he finds something and he can verify it, he just always told us. And if he can't verify it, he'd often tell me about things that it's like, okay, I found something like this. It could be like this, but it's not 100% confirmed. So it's not, we don't log it as truth. It's just a possibility and goes into this theory and fits with this stuff. We we have been truthers since I was a kid. I grew up in a truther family, basically, because mom is a truther at heart, although she leaned more into the spirituality thing. And Drace is hardcore researcher, truther, logic type. So it's been very nice.
Yeah, my mom and my grandmother were big time. And even my grandfather, my mom's side, were all really into truth, organic food, why we don't use pesticides and herbicides on the farm. I mean, just all kinds of things that I didn't really put all together until I came to Further Truth. And it was like, oh, they knew so much. They were so smart to reject a lot of the things that mainstream was pushing on them. And they were like, nope. So they were questioners. Like I said, my parents taught me to question. So, and I had that science background, and love for it. And it just made it really exciting and fun. And so, yeah, doing this stuff, it's just like coming back to childhood. It's great.
That's what we in Iceland would call góð vöggugjöf, or a good cradle gift, something you're born with that you're blessed to have, or that your parents gave you.
I like that. A cradle gift. I like that.
Yeah, something you've had since you were in the cradle or given to you in the cradle. It's hard to explain in English, but it's one of my favorites in the Icelandic vocabulary, probably. We have fun sayings, at least.
Yeah, you do. And you also have a very beautiful language that I cannot pronounce anything of.
You could probably pronounce something. Do you want to know how we say goodbye?
Sure.
Bless.
Oh, I can do that one. Bless.
Yeah, I figured that's the foreigner's favorite way that we say goodbye. That just means bye. We also say bye.
That one's easy too.
And if you want to greet someone, you can say hi.
That's true. You can always do that. That one works pretty universally. I found around my travels all over this realm. Plane.
Yeah, we have the harder ones. Like, I'm not going to make you say, "Góðan daginn, hvað segir elska mín?"
Yeah, please don't.
But that would be like, "Good morning, how you doing, darling?"
It does sound very cool, though.
Yeah, I've heard, for instance, people often like Icelandic rap because it sounds hard, because it's like we have a lot of hard K's and R's and T's and stuff like that, so it can sound harsh. But if you're a native, the rap is mostly like, the fuck is this supposed to be, this lame ass shit? Because we have so much grammatical rules, it's very hard to make Icelandic rap, especially if you want to make it any good. So it's hilarious.
Yeah, you guys have way complicated rules. That's why I said it'd be hard for me to learn your language.
We're very forgiving on using them wrong, though. Like, we think it's very cute whenever foreigners try. We appreciate that.
Yeah, you don't laugh at us too much, huh? Not like the French do to us.
It's mostly like A for effort, you know. Although there's always going to be the old lady who might correct you and tell you the proper way to say the sentence, but she'll be giving that like good job, honey, look, you know? But there's always impatient people who are just going to go speak English. Every country has those. But if you ever want to learn a Latin Icelandic, just hit me up. I'll teach you. Okay, since the air apparently died as soon as I spoke, do you want music or a bad joke or something? What do you want?
A bad joke.
Okay. Why did the pirate take so long to learn the alphabet?
Something about R.
Nah, he spent years at sea.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Jokes like that.
Those are like dad jokes. I love dad jokes. They're so corny. I love them.
We are gonna be good friends.
Yes. It was so funny. How many people are on here right now? On the 28. So, last week was my first ladies' night, and I think on the live stream it actually said like ladies' night live stream, and there were like 60 people here. And then now it just says like regular live stream, and now there's only like 30 people. I just find it really funny.
Yeah, it's probably because the event thing that Dandelion did last time helped remind people as well, and more people knew what was happening. Really helps when somebody hypes up. But generally, we get a decent attendance on ladies' nights. When we do have them, that is.
Yeah. Who was it? Was it Helio Skeptic, or I forgot how do you say his name? Helioseptic, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, he was telling me that there was a ladies' night, and I was like, oh my god, I need to do this because I just don't have a lot of lady friends, especially since I moved to Northern Virginia recently. But kind of nice talking online too with like-minded people. It's very comforting. Makes me feel like I'm not alone.
Yeah, I totally get that. It's very nice. Even just tuning in and just hearing people rack a fallacious idiot, and you're like, that's so satisfying to hear somebody just own someone with logic for once instead of emotional appeals.
Yeah. Was it last week after ladies' night? I still listened in, and then there was like these trolls, and I just got like so frustrated because like I knew as soon as they came in, like they sounded young and ignorant. But anyways, I'm just like, why are people wasting their time with the trolls? And then I think Dandelion, she was just like, well, it's still good to hear what other people have to say. You know, kind of just educating yourself, even though you have to listen to these trolls. But yeah,
They also prompt like points of conversation. Like when they say something stupid, the people watching the stream, for instance, on YouTube, a lot of the people who are skeptical about this are going to be like, wow, that is an extremely stupid argument by the Glober. And then they hear a flat earther actually break down the science, provide evidence, and give people an idea of what to look at to see how things work. So they're just giving us an opportunity to A, show how stupid they are.
Yeah.
B, show people how smart the flat earth stuff is. And just, see, fill dead air. So it's fun to play with the trolls sometimes. Although some are just so obnoxious, I can't listen to them.
Some of them, yeah, some of them are fun to play with. Some of them are awful.
Oh yeah, like we have really funny ones. Like, have you heard the clip where they took Pagus and put like techno music underneath when he was saying that like he could create a model to explain why his wife wasn't cheating on him after he walked in on his wife fucking his neighbor in his bed, and he was like, well, maybe she bought a sex robot and he is just a sex robot from Amazon, and that is why she's not cheating on me. And literally, one of the guys later on went like, starts like literally just fucking with him and making fun of him, but like being what he tripped and she fell, and they're joking like that, and he's like, yeah, that's a good one. Yes, maybe he tripped and she fell, and then starts using that, and it's just so funny. I listen to that sometimes when I'm walking just to have a good laugh and get those steps in.
Anything to hold on to their balls.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, even if you like know they're big time trolls and they're just like fucking with us, like at least we're giving them some information to think about that we know that they'll eventually think about and question. And they'll be like, those people I trolled, like they said something that was kind of accurate of things that I've seen. Now I want to question it and look into it. And so that's why like I'm a little bit more understanding when we entertain and educate trolls.
Yeah, we're planting seeds. Plus, there's other people listening. So I always look at it as somebody's going to get something from it, hopefully. And our goal is to make stuff that we present understandable, presentable, and show them up a little bit since they're coming in to see if they can stir trouble. Let's make it so they can't get what they want. Don't give them narcissists any any of their gratification.
Yeah, don't feed their supply. But it's also, there has been the case where we've had people defend the globe for years, and then eventually they do realize, like, holy shit, okay, it is flat. But that's also because you gotta think, some of these people are going through the 12 stages of grief. Because their globe is dying and their world view has died, and they have to come to terms with, like, this new worldview where the government's been lying to you and all this other stuff. And not everybody's ready for that, but some people take years. Like, no joke. But they still get to it eventually. Sometimes.
We have people on here who did that. We've got some on here who've done that. But yeah, the pain that people go through to give this up, some of them go through tremendous pain. I'm just glad I didn't feel that pain much at all. Yeah, it twinged a little bit. It was like, oh, well, I guess I'll never be going to space and an astronaut and be weightless. That's okay though. I wasn't going to make it anyway since I was sick at the time. So it was like, oh well, that's okay. But yeah, it can be hard to give up. It's a real emotional attachment. I mean, it's deep.
I was like when I was younger, I've always wanted to be an astronaut and be in space. Like I wanted to go to the moon because like I saw it on TV and I knew it was possible. But then like when my dad told me about it, I was like in shock for like a good 3 days, and I wasn't sad or angry. I was very like shocked in a good way and like happy, and like my first instinct was like to pray to God and go to the Bible and see the truth in the Bible. Like, I mean, my God, like the first chapter, first Genesis, like talks about the firmament and the dome. And it's just like, I was like, holy cow, like I know the truth now. And I don't know, it just filled me with so much joy, and I wanted to tell everyone. And when I told my dad, I was like, yeah, I'm going to tell everyone. And my dad was like, yeah, no, maybe not a good idea. You need to be very careful with who you tell, because people just don't take that very easily, like the way I did.
Yeah, no, I was more like you, and so it wasn't very painful. And my son was like me too. But other people, and I still have family members that think I'm just nuts, and even my daughter is still not okay with it at all. She thinks I'm crazy, and it's because she's a science fiction writer. She's written books, and so for her to give it up is really personal, and it's hard. Someday she may, and I hope she does. But yeah, it's tough because you can really wreck people with this information as well if they're not ready for it, and you can wreck your relationships. That's for sure. Not intentionally.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially because this can kind of ruin sci-fi for you for a little bit, because it just reminds you of how much you've been lied to and stuff. So I can understand why she, resist heavily on that, because it would be hard to be a sci-fi writer while going through the acknowledging the fact that it's all fake and all that stuff.
Star
Yeah,
Wars was
she has a
real.
lot of imagination from her childhood all wrapped up in it, because that's what she's always wanted to do, is write, and it's always leaned towards sci-fi. And she was in robotics. She likes robotics studies that she did, and as a high schooler built a bunch of things. And so, she's thinking someday maybe she could be part of the NASA programs to build robots to go play. It's all tied up in this emotional and possibly career and life. And yeah, it's hard. So I do understand, especially people with professional educations that spent years and money and time and effort. It's hard.
I mean, it's kind of like having a friend who's in a toxic relationship, but you know you're never gonna get her to leave. That kind of thing.
Yeah, it has to happen in their own time.
Yeah. But hey, you can always hold on to hope and keep trying. Just do it gently so they don't go into a this. I think that's also if you actually address the emotional investment when somebody's about to go into this, like help them go through the whole why is it so upsetting if this was flat and all that stuff. The cat is meowing at me. I'll be back.
Yeah. Well, that's the unfortunate part, is I wasn't prepared for the reactions, since I was so excited and thought, that with my science background and me be able to explain it pretty well, that they would just get it. And I didn't really consider how impactful it would be to some people to have that ripped away. So, yeah, if I had thought that way before, I do that now. When I interact with people and tell people now, I'm more cognizant of that, because I know it's hard. But at the time, because it wasn't so hard for me, and I was excited, it was hard to keep quiet and do it in a way that would have considered how much ripping away of a bandage it was.
Yeah, it definitely ruined my relationship. Like, my ex, like, I really thought he was an open-minded person like I was, and I told him, I was like, hey, like, the earth is flat, do you know that? He's like, oh my god, you're fucking crazy. And I'm like, wait, what? No, like, listen, like, think about this, like, think about planes and like the formula and like Google, and like I was just like telling him everything like my dad was telling me to question, and I told him, and he's like, oh my god, you're fucking crazy, and then like started making fun of me, and then like we kind of made it a rule, like we wouldn't talk about it anymore.
Yep, that's what happened.
And then
in
it was just like,
yeah,
that's like when I knew, like I was like, fuck, like like my relationship's over.
Yeah, because it is over, because you have nothing you can talk about. You can't explore it.
Exactly.
You can't continue finding new truths, because you know now that they're very limited. And if you don't talk the right way, you may totally cause a major blow up.
Yeah. Yeah, that really hurt a lot, but I know what I want now, and yeah, things going up from here.
Yeah, you move on. You have to do it. So, and that was just one symptom of my relationship that I realized this is not going to work. There was others, but that one was probably the final straw that I knew things were never going to be ever what I had hoped they would be in that relationship. The closeness and all that stuff was destroyed by the fact that I was now crazy.
Yeah.
There's also, in my opinion at least, when you love somebody and you trust them, if they're very passionate about something, even if you don't understand it in the beginning, or even if you get a bit of cognition, you should at least give it a try, just on the basis that the person you trust and love actually is interested and passionate about.
No, I thought that that's what we would have with that one, especially since I knew I could prove that this was something that you could actually look at yourself and make sure you knew I was not lying or having some kind of mental issue. And no, and when you find that out, then you realize what your real relationship is. It gave me the truth on the relationship too, so that was good. I mean, I'm not that upset about it, because I would rather know now than late in life, really late in life, and go, oh my word, I spent even more years with a person that I'm not going to be able to communicate with or have no real closeness with. That'd be awful.
Yeah, better to find out right away. I mean, this also, what I just said, it also applies more than one thing. It applies to everything. Like, kind of like Sanxia is a really particular type of books that's Chinese, and it's its whole genre. Like Wuxia is a genre, Sanxia is a genre. And there's a bit of a culture clash if you're reading it for the first time and you're not used to Chinese idioms and cultivation and all these different terms. And when Drace discovered these books, because they also talk a lot about the Tao and Val du Man and a lot of very interesting things. So he ends up telling me a bunch of stuff out of this. And in the beginning, I'm like, the fuck is he talking about? I don't understand what the hell he's talking about, what he's saying. It doesn't, it's weird animals and stuff, whatever. But because I love him, I trust him, and he has good taste. I know this. So even when I felt literal cock this because of culture clash, come on, I consciously push that aside because I trust him to have good taste in this, and I give it an honest go. Before you know it, this is my favorite genre of literature. I mean, if you don't give it a chance, you're the one missing out, just in general.
And that's exactly what I understood from it, was like, I wasn't the one losing here. It was the person that was rejecting the information that was being given in such an excited person that actually loved them and wanted them to know the truth.
Exactly.
So their loss, not mine, really, but at the same time, it was hurtful, because you want people to be on your side. So yeah, but it was their loss. They lost a lot more than I did.
That's exactly how I feel too. I was pretty. That was like the worst thing about like learning about flat Earth was like wanting to tell your loved ones, but like them not believing you or anything. Because like, of course, like you love that person. Like you want them to know the truth. You want them to know like what you know. And if they're not willing to accept that, it's like, it's going to really suck, but you're going to have to let them go and let them, live their own life. The peace that I have is like, I know at the end of life, like we're all going to know the truth. And that's so comforting to know. So maybe not in this life, but in our next life, we'll all know. And we'll all live happily ever after.
Yeah, knowing there's a creator is a great comfort, regardless of how you look at him or her or whatever.
Yeah, that is an important part of it too. The spiritual part of this whole journey has been just incredibly good. I wouldn't change the journey for anything, even though some of it was incredibly painful and not fun. Some of it was awesome, and some of it has just continued to be awesome and never will be something I would want to give up or give away or go back to. I love the truth too much to do that. I really do love it.
And see, that's one of the reasons why I love you. It's an awesome person, Medic.
Well, I appreciate that. That's what I love about the people here, because that's what they love. They love the truth. They'll do anything to get that. And I think that's a key in life, is to seek that, and you'll find, I think love is truth. I think they're so intertwined, you can't have one without the other.
I completely and utterly agree, because I think you can connect most to the creator when you fully try to embody unconditional love. And I mean, like platonic love or whatever. Doesn't have to be romantic love. Like that true love, when you feel like you love somebody just for being somehow. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, but I get it. I feel that same way. I have a lot more. It has changed even my ability to feel compassion for people and understand the pain that they're going through with this mental struggle. It's been able to experience people rejecting me for my understanding of things. I can kind of understand how they would feel if I rejected them. So I try not to do that either to them. But it's still hard. I wish they would be on the same page, but it's okay. They got to do their own journey.
Yeah. It's kind of like when I had the realization that all people are just kids, and they've matured a different amount. But everybody's just kids. There's no difference. And having spent so much time with these kids and learning from them and teaching them and understanding children, it helped me understand people. Because grown-ups are just children that have lived longer. Because most of them haven't grown up.
Oh, I so
But if
agree.
you treat them with the love and the patience that you treat a child, things go so much better.
I would have to agree. We just get more stubborn. That's all. Older and more stubborn, but still children. And that's why our childhoods do impact our adult life so much. It really does. Why people have to deal with their childhood stuff badly. Most of the time, that's what their real problem is. This is something in the past they've drug along with them the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah, and have you seen Chinese face reading, for instance, when they resolve childhood traumas and wrinkles like literally disappear right after that trauma's been resolved?
Wow. What's it called?
When you use Chinese face reading, like for instance, David Snyder, NLP, neuro-linguistic programming guy that I watch on YouTube.
Yeah, you guys have posted some of his videos. Yeah, you posted some of his videos in here, and I've watched him. He's very good. Yeah, he's got some real interesting stuff.
I love watching that. When I discovered him first with Trace, I think Trace found him first. It was around the same time I found Wayne Dyer's 101 Ways to Transform Your Life. Both those had a really good positive change in my life, because as soon as you realize how important communication is and how to do it better, including communication with yourself, because self-talk is so important. Like, everything gets better.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't have the same bad days I used to because I've learned to change that mindset. And that took a long time. And it was a struggle learning how to do that. That was a battle in itself. And I think that's why that's how I survived a lot of the hospice and 10 years of really bad pain and all kinds of stuff, was learning to change how I saw myself in my head, even though my body wasn't cooperating, and even changing how I told myself I could make it. So yeah, it was crazy. When you can change your mind, you can change a lot of things about yourself, including the state of your health.
Yeah, you can change pretty much anything. It's amazing.
That's very interesting. I know, like, self-affirmation, like, people push that a lot. It's like kind of a new concept to me, because I never like had that as a kid. Like, oh, you're doing good, like you're good, you know. It's funny because I like, with the child I'm taking care of now, like I catch myself doing that a lot. Like, wow, like you did a good job, and like I never got that as a kid. And
yeah, a lot of us are missing that, and it's just because our parents didn't know how to do that for us. They didn't get taught it either.
Right, and you can't give your child what you never had. So
yeah, exactly, and so it's really hard.
You can, and you did. You just said it yourself. Even though you didn't receive this, you did this for your kids. Because even if we don't get what we need, we always strive to give the next generation better than what we got. And even
but
if
not
we don't
everyone is
know
like
how to do it, we try. That's for the good people like you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. It's just like there's a lot of like generational sin in all of us, and you know,
we have genetic memory, so I get what you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's epigenetics. Yeah, it's very true that we carry those things from our family histories through generation after generation. It really does stick with us, good and bad.
Yeah.
But positive affirmations are kind of like good hypnosis you give yourself, because we're always programming ourselves in a way. Whether we're letting it happen unconsciously by media around us, or whether we're doing it ourselves by monitoring our own thoughts and policing your internal dialogue. But I have a great example from work from how important this is, not only for you but for the people around you to have positive, good self-talk. The best example I know of this would be when there was a whole class of teenage girls, like a whole year of girls, that refused to go swimming. And it ended up being so bad that nobody could get them to go swimming that they ended up calling in a counselor lady who's absolutely amazing. Love this woman. And literally, when she pronounces her name, it sounds like "be careful" or "watch yourself." So her name is amazing as well. But basically, she comes in and she starts talking to the girls. And the problem is bad self-image. They're all super self-conscious of their bodies, and they don't want to go swimming because then they don't want people to see their bodies because they think they're fat and ugly.
Yes, they don't like their appearance.
Yeah. Wait, hang on. Here comes the best part. She asks the girls, "Has anybody ever told you that you're fat or ugly?" And they say, "No, nobody's ever told me I'm fat or ugly." And then she asks them, "Have you ever heard your mom call herself fat or ugly?" And every single one of those girls said yes. They had learned from their mothers to judge themselves because their mothers judged themselves. They never judged the girls. They said, "You are beautiful. You are amazing. You are perfect." And then they turned around and said, "Oh, I'm too fat. Oh, I wish I was prettier. Oh, I'm too ugly." And what the girl learned there is, I am ugly. I am fat. I need to judge myself.
Yeah, because they love their mothers and they think their mothers are telling the truth, and so it must be true about them because it came from your mom. Yeah.
And your mom is beautiful to you. So how could you be more beautiful than your mom in that moment? And love
How
makes
devastating.
everything so pretty.
That is incredibly injuring and devastating. Yeah.
So even how you talk about yourself affects the people around you because it affects how you act. But yeah, I wanted to suggest next time we get better, we should play Kai's The Matrix. I still love that song so much.
Oh, we'll have to finish up with it. I've got the play thing, so we could probably do that when we finish up tonight if you want.
Yeah. As long as we play it at some point tonight, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, I love this. One of my favorites still. I've been playing that one pretty commonly.
I mean, it's even my mom's favorite song right now.
Oh, that's right. Your mom likes it too. I remember you saying that last time we played it. She's into that too. Your mom must be very cool.
She is. She has more tattoos than me. She loves motorbikes, and she's been a gamer since I was a kid. So I have the coolest mom.
You have a cool
that's
mom.
a really cool mom. I've actually never watched The Matrix, but I've always been told to go watch it. But I just feel like I even though I don't know what I have a basic understanding of what The Matrix is, but like I feel like I would want to watch it with someone that's watched it before and understands it, so I know what's going on, because I'm just really oblivious when it comes to watching movies.
We should
I
have
miss
a
all
watch
the little
party.
small things.
We should have a watch party with you and
great idea.
And do that, because it's actually good for even people like me. I've seen it several times because I wanted to decode it again once I understood it. And it's good to watch again just to remind you. And there's a lot of life of stuff. I mean, the stuff in there is very much what's going on even now. So yeah, it's a good one to watch to kind of get a basis. Plus, a lot of cultural references are made to it, and of course, within the Truther movement. So, yeah.
I heard that
fourth one does not count.
Which one?
The fourth one sucks.
The newest one.
Yes, I was just gonna say that.
Cash grab. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, that's what I heard.
Yeah, no, I went and saw it on purpose just to see what they were putting in it this time. Again, I didn't go for just the view and get all excited. No, I went to see what kind of trash it was. It was trash. It's a mess. The first ones, I'd say the first one's the best, of course, and then the rest of them are kind of go downhill from there. But yeah, the fourth one, absolutely not worth your money.
So which one's the best one?
Whole. I think people have different favorites, kind of like with Star Wars. But I can tell you this: unlike some of those other films where people go, "Oh, you have to see it at least once," like Scarface, which sucked. This one's actually a pretty good watch. Keanu Reeves does very well in this, and there's a cute love story. good action. Bad guy is also a good actor. It's the elf from Lord of the Rings guy who was like, I don't remember his name. But good actors, good plot, and you would enjoy it even if you don't know anything about it.
That's right. You would. It's actually a decent movie. So
Okay, well,
I
I'll
used to
definitely
watch
probably
this
watch
on
it this weekend.
VHS as a kid, and I loved it as a child. So it's a good watch.
yeah,
Yeah, I'll
I've even read.
definitely watch.
You'll watch it. Yeah, I've read whole breakdowns on it about how it even talks about how our legal system is set up, and it's all part of explained in the movie too, that our legal and our monetary system and everything. It's really interesting if you go and look at different people's perspectives on it too. So I've read several different theses on how it applies to different parts of our world today that are so messed up.
I agree. I read somewhere there's something so crazy that Hollywood actually has to get like if they're going to do like a movie on the military or even like NASA or something, they actually have to get government approval of their scripts.
Yeah,
have you heard that?
Yeah, they do.
That's
if they're going to use
crazy.
the military in it, that could possibly, they say, if they have anything that's too close to the technology that's possibly we've got or whatever. Yeah, I've heard that, and I've actually met one person that supposedly did some consulting for the government for movies.
So is that like? I mean, I get how like I don't know. I just feel like it encroaches on our First Amendment right. But if it's gonna affect like military intel, I get it. But
well, that's a cover for all kinds of stuff they just don't want you to know. See, that's the problem. It is your right to know everything, and it is your right. There is only so much things that need to be classified. The rest of it is classified because they just don't want you to know. It's not about safety. It's more about they don't want you to know what we got and don't have, or what they're spending your money on. You know, think about all the research they've done on military personnel that you would probably want to know if they're treating us right, and they don't let you know. That's not right. So, yeah, all kinds of crazy stuff that should be known.
Okay, I just realized I'm at 2% battery, so if I disappear all of a sudden, don't be too surprised.
Oh, miss you. You'll have to come back. Charge it up.
I'm looking for the charger. I'm just saying, if I suddenly disappear in mid sentence or something, you know what's up?
time does ladies' night usually end?
I think Helio has always asked us to go 1 or 2 hours, I guess, or so. I don't know. I know that they used to end around this time, but sometimes they go longer. And used to, we used to have a lot more new people that were seeking information, and a lot of Globers would come in, and we used to spend quite a few hours, but it hasn't been happening this much lately. So we've been doing more discussions with just ourselves or new flat earthers that already have their information, just want to discuss other things or discuss more details that they might want to know about flat earth, especially if they're trying to help convince or help educate somebody, I should say, on it. Learn the basics so that you can actually stand up against another person that's pretty educated on the globe.
Yeah, it's always crazy to me because when we were talking about kids and stuff, it's like children know more. How do I explain this? Like, because children are still so young and aren't exposed to one of the evils of the world, and like fluoride, which I feel like really affects the mind.
Their pineal gland still works.
Yes. My God, like it's amazing. Like we should get education from children. No, but not really. But like when I remember when I was a kid, I was going through some of my artwork as a child. I drew, the earth, the inside of the earth. And I remember thinking as a child, like, if the earth has all this lava on it, inside of it, like, why don't we feel warmth in the dirt or anything? And I remember one of my teachers telling me, like, oh, it would take 50 years to dig up the, was it the outer crust the Earth's mantle.
Yeah, that's what your teacher told you when we've only gone 8 miles and they couldn't even figure out with the radar or even any of the instruments they used that they were incorrect at every level that they dug. So yeah, we'll tell you that, but it's like, yeah, it was like me being told a mirage was something that I knew couldn't be. As a child, I was like, nah, that doesn't make sense. But okay, they're telling me that, so I'll just file it away as I don't get it, but okay.
Yeah, they intentionally kill your curiosity.
But yeah, children are way more intuitive, and they believe the world and their senses that they're in. They just trust their senses because they have no reason not to. And unfortunately, they also trust adults implicitly. And so if the adult is not responsible and we teach them incorrectly or we've been indoctrinated ourselves, yeah, we're doing a disservice because they're going to believe us.
I feel like there needs to be a real honest experiment with children. Like have a bunch of different children, put them on an island, and just kind of observe them and see how they develop and how they kind of just live life and what they discover. I think that would be like a really cool experiment, but
well, if you could do it safely without them having
I have a book on that.
Somebody to help them out.
Safely, honestly.
How old are these kids?
Yeah. Safely and honestly, for sure. Like
Lord of Lies.
Yeah. No,
Well,
kids mean the world to me.
It would be very interesting if you could do it, but it would have to be very, very carefully done. Kids have such an easy time getting themselves into danger because they have very little impulse control. I mean, that part of the brain doesn't finish developing until you're like 25.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they need us mommies quite late in life.
Well, it's mostly there. It's just, finishes up to 25. Some people finish maybe sooner. Also, some get tits at 12, other gets them at 16.
Some are still adult children, trust me. Some of them don't get out of it now. It seems really bad, but we have a lot of irresponsible adults that are still way too. I agree with keeping your childlike sense of wonder and asking and ability to forgive and things like that. But when it comes to some of these people, they need to grow up and take some responsibility a little bit too for their lives.
Yeah, teaching kids responsibility was almost taken out of the raising kids, just like with the not teaching logic in schools. It needs more of it in the world.
Super off topic, but I'm curious as to why this is live streamed on YouTube and on Discord. Like, what is the main platform here?
Well, we're just hanging out in Discord to be able to talk to each other, but the YouTube is to stream it so people can watch, because there is also limits on how many people can get in Discord. And that way, if something interesting happens, you have it on recording and people can go back and watch a bunch. It's really nice.
Okay. I didn't know. It'd be cool if Discord had like archives and stuff of, live streams.
This one's just called live stream, so you know that if you're in here, you're on the live stream, pretty much.
Gotcha.
Although I think some other people who have their own channels do sometimes, stream from this. It's kind of like just having a public meeting place where people sometimes show up with their phone streaming onto YouTube.
Yeah,
a little bit, except virtually.
And it's also because we have. So many people who talk on here, but because of the one live stream, we can all just go back and clip that part.
Yeah, true. It's good for clipping parts, like for instance, Nupty clips, and otherwise we would never have the masterpiece that is Pagus telling you how his wife could have bought a sex robot from Amazon that looks just like his.
That too. It's also to educate the public. It gives an access point for people to hear this stuff without having to come on Discord as well, because some people don't feel that's something they can even do very easily. A lot of people have troubles with it, but also some people just want to listen in, and there's a live chat running, in YouTube, so they can say all kinds of crazy things, and it's kind of fun. It gives us a public forum, that people find, because YouTube does allow that still to show up. So,
Right. That's so crazy. I was talking about this the first time I got on this live stream. When I was younger, I was like a little conspiracy theorist. I would go on and look up all these videos on school shootings and this crazy one about Obama being a terrorist, some crazy stuff. But it kind of all makes sense now that I'm older. Holy cow! There was so much truth going on, and why aren't we getting taught this? And when I became a flat earther, everything just kind of fell into place, and I understood everything, and I understood the how do I say this? I understood the evil in the world, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it makes you aware more. Yeah, definitely awareness comes to play when you get woke up to this stuff. So, and become aware. So at least then you look for the deceptions now that could be out there. So.
Yeah. So what was I going to say? Yeah. So when people come in here and always question well, why would they lie to us? Why would they spend all this money? It's ugh. If only you really knew the true evil of this world.
Oh, I've known about this kind of evil shit since I was young. So I grew up knowing about this, and can you imagine growing up and being looking at all these normies and being I can't even begin to touch on how evil the world is. Have you heard of Bohemian Grove? 12 years old. But yeah, I get you, man.
But
that's
awesome,
faith in humanity.
Yeah. No, but at the same time, then you know who you have to. You can discern who you can trust too. That gives you the ability that some of us didn't have, and we were still being taken advantage of into our adult years by these people.
I didn't realize it was flat though until Trace was bruh. Still got
I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall for that night and recorded that. I bet that was funny.
It kind of was. I kept going, really? Really? I mean, really? They lied about that as well? I mean, they would, though. But really? They did? Oh, God damn it. Or something like that. Bewilderment, and then anger. And then, well, shit. Can't be that surprised. Motherfuckers always pull shit like this.
It must have been, hard growing up, Karma, if you knew all this stuff. Me personally, when I found out about flat earth, I got a little depressed because I'm well, who else besides my dad am I going to talk to about this? So I went on Instagram, but I would educate myself on it, but then I really just wanted to have a discussion with someone about it other than my dad. So then when I found this Discord server, I'm oh my God, this is wonderful. I can educate myself and talk to others.
Yeah, for me, I was very fortunate. My son was willing to show me YouTube, and he'd already started a little truther journey. He wasn't deep into like me yet, but I got a little ahead of him. But then he would always share it with me. We would share back and forth what Drace and Karma did. And so for me, at least I had my son that wasn't willing to say, Mom's just crazy. I won't even look at these things with her. And no, it's been really good to have somebody that was family and right there for me all the time. So, but yeah, Discord was real helpful when he had to go and take care of his own family, and I didn't have him around as much. So it was nice to have somewhere to go, and that's how I ended up here too. I was looking to fill that need again, to find people I could talk to every once in a while instead of just having to hold back and not talk to people, my new neighbors and everybody else that I couldn't talk to about this.
Yeah, this has really been a blessing. It's so awesome. I love technology. I love it and I hate it.
It can be used for good or evil. It's a tool. That's
I agree.
what it is. And so, but yeah, there's a lot of people on this Discord that have said that this saved their lives because they were so depressed, because they didn't have any connections with people after finding out what they needed to know. And
Yeah.
And then they needed this. And so it's been a lifesaver for some people, I know. At least they say so, and I believe them.
It definitely has for me. Like, I get very nervous or anxious when I don't have like background noise, and sometimes I get tired of music and TV. Like, I just want to hear like people talking about something that I enjoy talking about. So this is really awesome.
Yeah, I used to listen in on Drace's side for like more than a year, probably before I joined. Ladies' Night is kind of why I grew the balls to show up. That
Me
and Drace
too.
actually kinda kicked me in the ass.
Because I feel like as super welcoming as everyone has been to me here, like I like Ladies' Night because I can talk to other women and I feel a little bit more comfortable opening up and sharing. Like, this is the most I've ever talked, and I don't know, I feel a little bit more confident being able to talk and ask questions.
Yeah, I think it's also because we go at a bit of a different pace. Because
Right.
I've something with communication that we women tend to go a lot of the social cues that does with subconscious things, like whether it's the facial expression or body gesturing or where you're looking to indicate when the next person's going to talk and all this other stuff. And I often am like just sitting there like, I want to say something, but I don't want to interrupt anyone. And then I just sit there until the topic has changed and an hour has passed and I forgot what I wanted to say.
Yeah, same.
I've forced my way into the guys every once in a while. I haven't done it for a while because I've been so busy. But yeah, it took me a little while to get used to just, I have to run them over if I want to get anything in. Just demand
You just
it.
have to bring out your masculine side. That's the only way I can do it.
Yeah, but I enjoy the guys. I really do. I enjoy learning from them, especially, and getting sharper on my own arguments and that sort of thing.
Same
Yeah.
here.
But at the same time, I love Ladies' Night. That's why I'm here. I do Ladies' Night because it is a different pace and it is less confrontational for some people to come in here and talk with us. So I hope they take advantage of it, because who knows how long it will be going on, hopefully forever. But we even had some guys think we were just too slow, not handling arguments right at times. And it's okay. We just have a different style. I don't think there's a right or wrong way. It's different for different groups and people and personalities, and of course even genders. So sexes.
Yeah, I think a great example, for instance, is when Kashi came in earlier, and she was completely new to the topic. And because we don't want to overload her with too much information, we just have a nice chat. And we even got her to talk about open-mindedness and giving things the fair view and da. And she got a real positive first impression of this. And I think especially with women, when it comes to bringing up topics like this, having a chill, cozy chat to begin with, just so they feel comfortable coming back, is really important. Because if they feel like it's confrontational, like I know personally, if I go somewhere and my first experience is confrontational and aggressive or too much at once, I'd be like, I don't want to go there. I like chill.
Yeah, me too. That's like when I think, I don't know if he's on here. Hold on. Helioskeptic. Oh my god, he was so sweet. Like, I just came out of nowhere. I think it was like really late at night and some random day, and I like accidentally hit live stream because I think I just wanted to listen, but then it like everyone knew I was in there and I was like, fuck, like I don't want to talk. And then he's like, yeah, let's let this troll talk. And I'm like, oh wait, no, I'm not a troll. Like, I'm actually a flat earther. I just want to like educate myself. And they were like really sweet and opening, and like they were like, oh, how'd you become a flat earther and all this stuff? And I was like, yeah, X, Y, and Z. But yeah, no, this is super
Healy
cool.
is the one who started a ladies' night. He loves the ladies.
Aww.
He's the one who wanted to start it.
Really great guys that are really good with a gentle approach, and they pull in a lot of people, like just like I was talking about how we did with Kashi, by keeping it chill and cozy. Because sometimes just feeling like you're having a nice chat with someone when you're meeting them for the first time is all you need to want to come back.
Yeah, I just feel like I feel really bad because like today, like I was talking to damsel. I just felt really bad that we were getting so off topic. And like for me, it kind of like last week when we were doing ladies' night, like I got a little frustrated because I'm like, why are there guys talking like on ladies' night? I don't like this because I really thought it was going to be like a closed group of just like ladies, so, like like a ladies' Bible study,
Yeah.
I was
No, we're a little more open. We talk to guys too, so but we try to keep
like
it on topic and low key. But even if we get off a little bit, at least we have the excuse for ladies. We can do that. The guys, yeah, they keep it pretty tight.
Oh, good, thank God. Okay, yeah, we'll talk about everything. No, I'm kidding, but yeah. So that's why sometimes I try to stay on topic. But it's just like the first time I'm talking to like-minded people, so I'm trying to like grasp all this information, as all at once, so I don't have to like ruin other live streams and go completely off
the
topic.
thing is, that's the nice thing is you don't have to ruin it. We got other places.
They do this all the time, where the boys are getting to know each other better, talking about their cars.
Yes, they do it late at night.
Talking about what they had for dinner or how they dealt with some guy and kicked his ass at a bar. They share all kinds of sweet and funny stories with each other and get to know each other, and there's nothing wrong with us doing the same, because this is one of the rare chances for the Flat Earth ladies to also get to know each other. And because we do this every now and then, we have a very active, very loving, adorable chat in the ladies' chat. And more women have been coming to Ladies' Night since we started becoming more of a tight-knit group. And we're not shy to be like, hey, are you coming? I'm looking forward to seeing you. And the more we get to know each other, the more we organize Ladies' Night better. So it's a win-win. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I like that. I don't feel bad anymore.
No, don't feel bad at all.
And if we got time, guys, we just love hearing your voice because you have a beautiful voice. So just talk as much as you want, honey.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. You got a good voice on here.
Oh, thank you. It would be a lot better to hear about what makeup looks good on Glow.
I'm thinking mascara for sure. Yeah. Maybe some eyeshadow.
Some concealer.
Gotta do the smoky eyes. Like popping red lipstick.
Some contour.
I don't know how to do that. I just do the basic shit.
What in the world? Okay. It's so hard to like have a conversation and read like all the comments, because it's like I'll be listening in the conversation and then I'm like, oh, I want to talk about something, and then I'll read something in the comments and then like completely forget what I was saying. I feel like it's all on my ADD.
It's not just you, it's so me as well. That's because those motherfuckers be interesting.
Yeah.
And your train of thought is going to evaporate. You're like, ooh, ha, 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 this guy's just owning this guy, or like whatever's fun is happening there. Or somebody makes a horribly stupid argument, and you're like, on what imaginary planet would that even work? Because that doesn't even work in the globe model. And you're like, wait, what was I going to say though?
That's like one thing too. I get so nervous that sometimes I'll be talking and then I'll just go completely blank and be just like, oh my God, what am I going to say? What was I supposed to say?
It's harder to keep your train of thought when you don't have the person in front of you. Weirdly enough.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, in some instances, yeah, because you're looking all around and not focusing on someone's face.
Yeah, wait till you get somebody in here where you're having to almost argue or even debate a bit. So every once in a while, the women even get to debate. Some guys that'll come in, some Glober, and so wait till you do that. You won't be able to pay attention to chat at all because you're going to have to concentrate pretty hard. But it's fun, and when it happens once in a while, I don't like to do it all the time, but it's fun when it has happened. And we have the guys back us up in the chat so they can post what we need to be able to show them. So it works really well. We work pretty good as a team when that goes on. So if you haven't witnessed that,
they're like lightning posting that stuff. Gotta give credit to the guys. They got all the resources. It's really
oh my God, yeah, it's crazy. videos, GIFs, pictures, everything. I'm like, do you have like a second phone or something to keep all this stuff on?
The ones I do have on my phone, I never find in time. It's impossible to try to
Exactly.
do this on phone. I'm just like, I'm saying anybody who's dropping this fast at this rate has either specialized their phone completely for flat Earth and has nothing on it else, or he's on PC. That's the only way.
Yeah. I am. I'm so disorganized mentally that I have about like a dozen lists on my phone. And like, if I'm talking to someone on the phone, I have to have like pen and paper next to me because it goes in one ear, out the other.
And I think it's also just nice to write things down physically rather than on the phone because it creates that physical memory that makes it
Yes,
easier.
absolutely. Yeah.
Kind of the same reason why you want to use questions and make the person, the glober, go through the logic of what you're trying to explain to them. Because if you just tell them, you can't be sure they followed along.
Right.
Like one of the things that I scream most at the screen when we're listening to Discord, and Trace can probably testify to this, is make him show comprehension. And then I shake his fist very hard.
I don't know. I've always been like I'm a very gullible person. That's kind of like a negative way of saying like an open-minded person. But now that I'm older, I always, question everything first. Don't always believe everything I'm told. But I mean, everything that I have been told, I never like was so closed-minded that I wouldn't believe any other thing, So that's really helped me a lot. I feel like my gullibleness has helped me be more open-minded.
I think rather than gullible, you should say you were too trusting.
Too trusting.
Because, for instance, with me, because people like us, truthers, that believe something, this kind of thing, like the globe thing, they catch you when you're young and you trust the authority figure that's telling you this. So they get you on the trust. Because even when you then later start thinking about things, trying to learn logic and use that, you don't go back to that other thing because that's already been settled through trust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
That's also why they use both NLP and conversational hypnosis and different types of hypnosis and stuff to actually fuck with you. Like they even use psychology and things to choose the song list in the grocery store to try to get you to buy more stuff. All kinds of stupid stuff.
That's crazy. The mind is so delicate and so complex that I'm sure we don't even really know everything about the way our brain works.
Not at all.
There's always amazing things that we can do with it. Like, for instance, you can dream of the future. You can heal people with energy. My mom is a certified Reiki master, so she can heal with her hands, energy. And I grew up thinking all moms could do shukure or chakure and heal you with your hands and take away pain. Like your mom's hands don't heat up and melt away your pain. What's wrong with your mom? But found out later that was a specialist skill. And then there's things like I've seen a video where somebody hypnotizes someone to not see a person and then opens up a book behind the invisible person, and the guy reads the book through the guy.
Interesting.
Yeah, bunch of real funky stuff. Also, I've literally dreamt the future years into the future, and then it happens, and you're like, "What the fuck is happening?" Oh yeah, now I know why I was freaking out in that dream because I was realizing that I'm experiencing the dream. Ha 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 ha.
That's so interesting. How we were talking about the pineal gland. When I was younger, I have such great long-term memory, and I had such vivid dreams as a child, and I still remember my first nightmare. And I had like a future dream once, which ended up coming true, but that was only one time. And it's so very interesting that you say that, because I just feel, I don't know, I feel like God tries to talk to me through my dreams, but I just never understand what he's trying to tell me. But I do want to share this one dream I had, was Christ's second coming, and how the world was viewing Christ's second coming as like the world actually ending, like global warming, or excuse me, climate change. And it was just so bizarre and so surreal. I don't know, like dreams are so important to me, and it's really sad that like some people just don't even dream at all.
But this is also a skill and like a muscle, or like a muscle you can practice this, just like memory can be trained. And there are little tricks and things that you can do to help you lucid dream. And if you like look at your sleep cycle a little bit or change that up a little bit, you can go back to dreaming more, because you do always dream. It's a question of, do you remember it? And other things is like trying to remember it when you wake up. If you do remember any of it, write it down. And that'll help you remember both that dream and help you remember the next one, because you're training yourself to recall the dream as you go back into your body as you wake up. And I totally agree that dreams can be very symbolic, and God talking to you through dreams or helping you realize truths, totally a thing. Like, for instance, this whole second coming of Christ, that could be symbolic for the truth, and people looking at it as something bad. Like, this is classic. They always do this, the psyop. They do the,
Exactly.
oh no, the good thing is the bad thing, and everyone fears it. But if you know
Yeah.
what it is, you are not afraid. Like, one of my favorite lucid dreams I've ever had also helped me better understand God. And the funniest thing is, I remember having an epiphany and an understanding of God in the dream, but I couldn't bring all of that knowledge to my waking state. Because some of that state, because when you're in the dream state, you understand and you feel and you see things differently. And it's almost like when you're back in your physical form, it's hard to comprehend that.
Yes.
But the weirdest thing about it is, because I enjoy making stories, especially in my dreams. And one of the things I loved doing when I was lucid dreaming is just playing along with the dream and making a fun story and whatever. And you can just change whatever you want and make things go the way you want.
Is
And
that
I've
what a
even had
lucid dream
nightmares.
is?
Yeah, my son
Well,
taught me to lucid
when I
dream.
when
Control
I
your
say lucid
dream.
dream, I mean I'm aware I'm dreaming,
Uh-huh.
and I control everything that's happening. That's what I mean by lucid dreaming. I don't know if I'm defining
Oh,
it
okay.
correctly.
I always
But
thought like a lucid dream was like when somebody is like awake. I don't know. Now that I'm saying it out loud, like I sound stupid, but I've had dreams where like I'm aware. I don't know if it's like I'm aware I'm dreaming, but like I can change things in my dream. And I like, one thing I love doing in my dream is flying, but I haven't done that in such a long time.
That's how my son started lucid dreaming for himself. He taught me to lucid dream by teaching me how to control that flight thing and start to get, memories of it and such again. Because I had lost that when I was sick, the ability to remember my dreams. And so he had kind of taught himself. He kind of intuitive learned how to do it himself. And he's like, Mom, I can control my dreams all over the place. I'll teach you how to do it. And he helped me do that. So yeah, it's about being able to take active participation in your dreams and then remember it too.
Is that any sort of like significance to lucid dream?
I think you just start dreaming more deeply. At least I have since practicing it again. It feels like going back to like what you said in childhood, because my dreams were very vivid and I had a lot of them when I was a child, and I lost that ability as I got older, especially when I was ill, and I had to regain it. So, but I also did a lot of stuff to try to decalcify my pineal gland, which helped, and that kind of thing. But just, even working with my son a little bit, helping me get to sleep at the right times and making sure that I was in the right mood. He would help me get ready for bed, getting happy and excited and just doing some mental exercises to try to get myself ready to control it and have a good dream. So yeah, and I also pray about my dreams. I ask for to be shown stuff in them now. So things get shown. So it's kind of interesting. So yeah, ask for what you want.
Yes, you know what's so funny is like I know the power of prayer is so powerful, and there's so many things that I want, but I forget all the time that like, wow, you know, I could be praying for this stuff, and I just don't. And yeah, no, I definitely will. I had a girlfriend that I used to work with. She used to tell me like we all have a gift that God gives us, and she told me that dreaming was probably mine. But I always thought, you know, dreaming is probably not my gift, even though I dream so vividly, because like I've never really been shown anything of value of my dreams. I mean, I have very
Well, it's value to you. There's something valuable for you in those dreams. You just need to believe you need to have faith that that's what's going on, and then ask for it. That's what we're told to do all the time. Is you got to ask for your your parents. You ask for the good things from them, and they usually are supposed to give it to you, right? Eventually, if it's something good for you. So same thing.
Exactly. That's my mentality too. That's so funny you say that, because it's like I say like, oh, if I think about it, God will bless me with it. It's like, no, like you need to pray about it and ask for it. Like God isn't just gonna give it to you. Sure, He'll bless you in some ways or another, but you have to ask. Ask and you shall receive.
If it's just like we're in the image of the Creator, if we are that, then anything that we would like to be treated by our kids. So I love it when my children would ask me for something good. It made me feel great to bless them with that. So I would assume that our Creator feels the same way when we ask humbly and ask just with a righteous heart, that He loves to give it to us. So ask away for the right thing.
Yeah, no, it's so funny. I'll dream and then like it and you're probably right, like it might have some kind of significance, because like when I wake up I just feel like, wow, this dream was so vivid and interesting, like it has to mean something. But like one silly dream I had was like I was playing at a playground and then there was like this humongous wolf that was trying to talk to me, but I couldn't understand it. And I'll wake up and I'm like, oh my God, what does this mean? And it's just like, whatever. It's like a stupid dream. It means nothing.
Don't be so sure. It may play more part in your understanding of the world than you know. You just don't know exactly. And that's okay. Sometimes you might know, but other times it may be just playing into your working out fears and reinforcing something that's going to come up later that you may not even associate with it, but it may play into that. Because I think our dreams really do have meaning, whether they be showing us a world to come or giving us an impression of what the eternal life is like, the other side. I don't know, but I know that I have friends that do dream the future and do dream things that
crazy.
happen.
That's such a wonderful gift. I would love to have that.
I've dreamt, for instance, my job place before I started working there, and I didn't even realize because there were so many years between until I saw the exact moment from the dream.
Yeah, when I was in high school, I used to keep a dream journal, and I really need to start doing that now, because when I wake up in the morning, I know what I dreamt, and then throughout the day and at night, by the time nighttime hits, it's like I completely forgot my dream.
Yeah, definitely recommend Dream Journal. That's a good way to train that, so you have an easier time remembering it. Although I've only once in my life had a future dream that I actually managed to change the ending of. And that really freaked me out.
Can you tell me one of your future dreams? Because I really Like, is it in the sense like future in your life, or like future as in the world?
It's something I experience either from my view, or there was one time when I viewed myself from an outside perspective, but it's always to do with my life, and I usually don't realize until I experience it personally.
Okay, interesting.
Like, for instance, the first one I remember like very clearly is I walked into a grocery store in the dream, and I was looking at this happening. I was there with Trace, and then I start freaking out, and I'm saying something to Trace, but I can't really tell what I'm saying. And I'm waving my hands and pointing at the muffins and pointing at the bananas and just acting bananas. And I remember thinking, the hell was that about when I woke up? So a few years later, when the local grocery store changed and a new one came, and I walked in with Trace, and I go, oh my God, I recognize this place. Oh, those are the muffins. I remember the bananas being over there. And then I was like, oh my God, now I know why I was waving
Oh my
arms.
God.
I was freaking out about knowing that I was in the dream. In the dream. And then I was freaking out so hard, and it was exactly like the dream. It was pretty funny, actually.
Holy shit, now that you say that, I think I had a future dream once. And I think I do have them. I mean, there are times where like in my dream, I remember previous dreams. And one time yes, oh my gosh. And I'll be in my dream and I'm like, I've dreamt of this before.
This is
Yeah.
totally a thing. Me and Grace were talking about this today.
Oh my God. So crazy. And so I'll dream dreams of previous dreams, and I'm like, oh my God, I've been here before. I know I've dreamt this before.
I've had that so many times. It's also, I've had one where my favorite future dream would be when I dreamt of my workplace before I started there. Because I've been working with kids for so long, and I've had hundreds of kids in my job. And the only reason I remember that dream is because when I woke up, I was so surprised that I didn't know the two girls I saw in my dream, because I was standing in a doorway. There were two girls talking to me, like small ones, and there's a really weird wall behind them. And I didn't recognize the place. But the weirdest thing is I don't recognize the faces in these children. Usually, if I dream children, it's going to be a mixture of the kids I already know. But I definitely did not recognize those kids. And then a few years later, I start the job I'm in now. And those girls are in my job right now. They're just reached the fourth grade. And I think it was 2 years ago when I was standing in the art room, and they came up to me and they asked me something. I turn around, I look at them, I answer them, and then I'm like, those are the girls. That's why I didn't recognize them. I hadn't met them yet. And they, like, one of them has a very distinct look and everything. So I was like, no wonder I didn't recognize them.
Wow, that's so crazy. Oh my gosh, super off topic, kind of flat earth related. There's a game, like an online chat room game called IMVU. And you can buy, like, basically you create this character and you go in chat rooms, but the chat rooms are actual like places, like a lounge or like an island. But if you zoom out of the chat room, it's actually a dome shape. It's flat and then the sky is dome. It's so crazy.
But the funny thing is, a lot of people make flat Earth video games without realizing, because games simulate reality, and that's what reality is like. And when you try to put globe mechanics in there, try to make a shooting game with Coriolis, good luck hitting anybody, buddy. That would actually be hilarious, though. I'd want to see that. I want to play that and be like, you jump, you go to the side.
Have you ever played Animal Crossing?
No, I haven't.
So
my friend was obsessed with it.
Yeah, so basically, like, they try to mimic the Earth if it was round. And it's like,
it looks unnatural. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
Have you seen the little bit, that little funny skit with Coriolis Sniper?
No.
Oh, that's good. I'm gonna ask Trace to post it. He's so fast in the links.
Wait, hold
on. Okay, it's in the chat. It's pretty funny.
Oh, okay. I'll save it on my YouTube.
We could also have the bot play it, but then you'd miss the animation, I suppose.
Oh, it's
Although it's just two guys in the bush, so we could just play it.
Orion said that the movie Inception was stupid unless we find a way to share dreams. I heard that twins can share dreams, or like can dream the same dream. I don't know if that's a conspiracy or not, but I believe all conspiracies.
You can maybe share a dream with somebody, because I don't know if it's true, but if there has been one weird coincidence where, like, I think, because when I was younger, before I knew how to conquer like nightmares and stuff like that, my brother Drace told me that if I'm ever in trouble, just call for me and I'll come rescue you in the dream. And this is something he told us since we were young. So during a nightmare at one point, I did actually just go, okay, I just need to go get my brother and everything will be fine. So I went and found him somewhere and asked him for help. And the funny thing is, I just remember a little bit of this dream. Then I talked to Drace and I was like, haha, I went to go find you because I needed your help in the dream. And he was like, I think you were in my dream, actually. And I was like, God damn, did I go into your dream to go get help? But unconfirmed whether it was actually connected, because we both didn't remember our dreams well enough to confirm or deny that.
I sometimes, like, when I was dating this guy, I would have dreams of him like irritating me or being mad at me, and like I would wake up and be like, why don't you remember this from my dream? Like, why did you do that in my dream? And I would just like press on, like, why did you do that? Why did you do that? And it's like, why couldn't you dream that dream and like explain to me why you did it? I'm just crazy like that. But it's just so funny how vivid dreams can be. Like that's how much like I take my dreams to heart.
Like, I can't tell this story properly, so I'm not gonna, but basically, Trace, for instance, has told me an amazing story of a dream where I think he spent like years in the dream, and it felt like years within the dream, and he lived like a whole lifetime almost there. And
wow,
most of it when he came out, and I remember when I was a teenager, and he told me about this after it just happened, and it was like one of the most favorite fantasy, amazing epics that I'd heard at the time. I was like, damn, I want to see that as a movie.
Yeah, I always thought it was such a crazy thing that when I was a kid, I was like, how is it that I can dream all this stuff in 8 hours, but I feel like I just slept for 5 minutes?
Or the opposite, where you feel like you've slept for 10 hours and you've been asleep for 10 minutes.
I never felt like that, ever.
Oh, dude, I had that happen as a child. I went up to sleep, had an amazing adventure, days passed, and then I come downstairs because I woke up and now it's morning, I think, and mom and dad are in the exact same place I left them last night, and I'm like, you guys are still here? And my mom was
that's
like,
funny.
the hell do you mean? You've been up there for 10 minutes. Go back to sleep.
No way.
Yeah, that's the way a lot of my dreams are. I dream long, drawn out stories, days, and then it's literally been just a few minutes. So for me, yeah, time is not normal at all in my dreams. But I've had dreams too that have told me that somebody was mad at me or was going to be mad at me soon, and so those are kind of weird because I've actually had that happen. Where the next day the person was like blowing up at me, and I didn't even know they were going to do it until the dream told me beforehand.
Yeah, I think because we can pick up on a lot of things, and this is our subconscious as well, and our subconscious picks up on a lot more than our conscious does. It's also a way of like communicating with yourself somehow. Kind of like, You can have moments like this when you're awake, where you sense something like this, where somebody's either feeling bad or somebody's hurt. Like our family has a few cases where like you can sense when somebody else in the family is in trouble or hurt. Like I for instance, was at work and my boss is like, "Hey, you want to get paid overtime for an hour to do arts and crafts?" And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, are you kidding me? Yes, of course I want to do that." And then like literally the minute I'm supposed to I'm like, okay, 2 minutes until I'm supposed to leave, start doing the overtime. I just get this feeling like, oh, I gotta get home. I gotta get home. I gotta get home. I can't stay here. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. And I was just like, hey, can I do this tomorrow? Is that okay? And she's like, yeah, sure, you can do it tomorrow. I come home, and Drace was sick as all hell. He was like very sick, didn't have anything to drink, didn't have no shit at home. And I was like, I'm going to the store. Fixed everything, and I was like, oh, that's why I needed to get home. He needed me. Or when you can sense someone calling before they call and you know something's happened.
That's so crazy.
Also, our mom can actually use tarot cards to predict the future. It's kind of amazing.
Isn't like tarot card reading like psychic stuff?
Sort of, but the funny thing is she doesn't do it the traditional way where you have the meaning of each card written down or something. She sees things out of the cards. She herself says, this doesn't work, keeps away from all hubris, and it's just, I'm just a medium, I'm letting things flow through me. And she often doesn't remember what she says about what she's predicting right after. And she's predicted pregnancies, deaths, and all kinds of shit, including and miscarriages. And there has been a case where one of my aunts, I think it's the woman married to my grandmother's brother, she had been going to the doctor because of pain in her midsection, and they'd been doing all kinds of tests, and they couldn't find out what it was, and the pain kept getting worse, and time was passing, and more tests. So she comes over to grandma like, oh, I got this pain. They're not going to figure out what it is. And the doctor's like, the next test is the one. This is definitely the thing. And my mom happened to be there, and she just looks at her, puts her hand on her midsection. It's like, no, this is the moderlivet. How do I say that? Okay, the lady parts on the inside, something. She says it's that, the tubes. And she goes to the doctor, our aunt, knowing how psychic our mom is, and she's like, okay, can you check this? And he's like, what could possibly be the problem with that? The odds of that being the thing is like so low. And she's like, just check it. Turned out she had used a what's it called? Like a tampon, the thing you stick inside you, and the tip of the end had broken off, and the blood in that was rotting, and she was about to get blood poisoning.
Oh my, yeah.
Wow.
And the doctor had no idea, and the only reason they checked this is because mom put her hands on her and said, this is where the problem is.
Mm.
And my favorite one is with the pregnancy and the miscarriage. That was a crazy one. You guys want to hear more crazy predictions?
Yeah, I'm listening. They're great.
Yeah, for sure. It's just funny to like,
yeah.
Like I was saying, like God. Oh, I was just gonna say something real quick. I was just gonna say, like, God gives us like so many gifts. It's so wonderful.
I so agree. So, did you want to hear?
I'm sorry, what?
So, did you guys want to
hear? Yeah, tell another one.
Okay, so basically, there was this exotic dancer that my mom met through dad's tattoo parlor, who she put down the cards for. And she says to this Dutch exotic dancer, like, oh my God, you're going to have a little boy, blonde little boy. Because he sees this like 2 or 3 year old blonde boy in these green overalls. And the lady's like, no fucking way, I'm getting pregnant. I'm an exotic dancer. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not going to get pregnant and lose my butt. And a little bit later, she gets pregnant with a boy. So she brings a woman over that mom has never met, never seen before, her friend. And she says, can you do a prediction for her as well? And mom lays down the cards, reads out the prediction. And at the end of it, they're asking, oh, do you see any baby in the cards like you saw for me? And mom was like, no, not really. And I see no baby. And they're like, okay. And then they leave. And then they find out a little bit later that she was pregnant and she lost the baby within 3 months.
Wow.
Another one that happened last year is when my sister all of a sudden just said to mom, I need you to do the tarot cards. I need it. I'm coming over. And my mom was like, okay. She's like, I need this for my friend. The one that lives in Sweden. I need you to do a tarot card on him. So mom does that. And she's like, I see a man surrounded by water. The female people in his clan or his relatives, female relatives, are looking out for him. And I see strength and like determination. And she asks, what's going on with this man? Turns out he'd been jet skiing and he got lost at sea and he was still lost at sea. And my sister asked her to check if he was still alive, basically, because his mother was thinking about flying to Sweden to keep searching because the government gave up right away.
Wow.
And they ended up doing a search party with friends and family and all kinds of things. We even watched our nephew while my sister went out to search. And for many days, it turned out the tarot kept saying, he's alive. And she kept saying, search further. And then one day it came up, no. And he ended up not being found.
Oh, no.
But the day that it came up as no was like, oh, no.
Yeah, that
He
sucks.
was wearing a wetsuit and everything, so he was like fit, so he had a chance in the beginning. The government had searched properly where the stream leads and everything in Sweden. It would have worked out. And a lot of the people were very kind of mad about this, the Icelandic ones, because if this had happened in Iceland, nobody would have given up. Everybody would have gone. Even just people living nearby would have rallied. Yeah, we had a giant search party of just Icelandic people going out to Sweden to search because Sweden shit the bed.
I heard Iceland is like the happiest place to live on Earth.
Sorry, what was that? What did you say?
I said that I've heard that Iceland was the happiest place to live on Earth.
Well, we have very low crime. I think 1 or 2 murders in my lifetime at most.
Holy cow.
That I know of. And we make a huge deal. I think that one time that those foreigners killed the girl and tried to escape on a boat, we called out pretty much everything. The whole nation was searching. Everybody knew her name. Everybody knew somebody who knew the girl. And everybody, whether it be the rescue teams that go on the glacier, whether it be the fire department, police, or just random civilians, everyone was searching. And as soon as they found out, oh, they're trying to get away on a boat with containers and shit, they sent out the Coast Guard and everything. And they were like, we are catching those motherfuckers. You do not murder in Iceland and get away.
Yeah, holy cow.
Only way to do so is if you hide them in the dried lava, you know, all the huge cracks and stuff. You know, there's a few places where you could hide somebody and they just disappear forever. But other than that, you know, it's pretty safe.
Yeah, other than that, you know, even though I know all the murderous places, it's safe.
But we know that because there are people who think about these things, and you know, father was, you know, a bit of a criminal, and, you know, stuff like that. Actually, Drace got a good point there with the new lava with the active volcano that's been going for like 9 months. That would be pretty hard to hide them since we have like cameras on that all the time. But if you look at where all the cameras are, you could probably find a blind spot and throw them in an active one. I mean,
Oh, I thought he was joking. That's funny. Okay.
Oh, genius, Drace got a good one. You just, you know, plant them where it's about to leak more lava, and then it'll just get covered by lava, and no one will ever find him.
He just fell asleep.
Yeah, he just fell asleep. Ho, 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 ho. The fumes got him. Oh.
Well, you got excellent stories about your mom. She's pretty interesting lady. I'd love to meet her.
Steve's been talking about maybe joining on a ladies' night.
Oh heck yeah! The
She'd
more
be
the merrier.
welcome. She would
She even has a
definitely welcome.
Discord. The only problem is, she is a bit shy, especially when it comes to meeting people for the first time like this. So if I know
Aw.
her right, she'd probably want like at least a shot of vodka before she gets on here. But she can't do that right now because she's on antibiotics for a tooth infection. So you guys are gonna have to wait a little bit longer until I get some liquid courage in the girl and bring her into this.
That's actually not a bad idea. I probably should take a shot, but I'm comfortable now, so I won't.
Yeah, it's just a kick in the butt to get out of her the first jitters of like coming in for the first 2 times. She's been here once just to say hi and stuff, and
Mhm.
she's heard a lot about everybody here, and she loves Kai's music. And I played her ODD and Steve Grant the other day, and she loved that. She was like, "Give me that! You got to get me that song." But yeah, I'll do my best to try to bring her in. It would be really fun to have her. She's used to using these kinds of things because she's a gamer. So they used to use Vet back in the day, so she knows how this goes.
Oh, is Drace your brother?
Yeah, he's my brother.
Okay.
He
Okay.
brought me here.
Oh, nice.
We're also best friends, and I'm the youngest, and he's the oldest in our sibling group. We have a middle sister who's how to put this? Not on our page, shall we say?
Yeah, I definitely understand that.
Sure do, and I'm pretty sure that's the one you were telling me about earlier.
That's the one. But she's a great tattoo artist, and she's good at drawing and great
Aw.
at makeup. She has some good qualities.
That's so sweet of you. I'm not that nice. I would have been like,
There was
my
a time
sister and
she
brother
thought she was
are.
abducted by aliens, though. That was hilarious.
Yeah, I'm actually my dad's favorite, just because I know about flat Earth and other things, which is so nice because like me and my dad never had a relationship growing when I was little, so it's kind of nice.
Dude, I totally get you. For instance, because I'm the youngest, and there's 9 years between me and my brother.
Oh wow!
When we were tiny, like we weren't always hanging out and playing because there's a bit of an age difference. But he'd always been like the protector and good one, and he'd always been like, gotta keep the girls safe and make sure they don't feel the toxic relationship of our parents. And he'd like go above and beyond. And he's my father figure. Yeah.
Aw, that's so
When they
sweet.
try to argue with you guys, I would always stand up between so they would argue with me instead of you guys.
He's a really good brother. So when he moved back in, when he a long time ago, and we're taking care of mom together now, we bonded again because he showed me anime and stuff. And all of a sudden, I had this person in my life that's like, no judgment, just love. And I just thrived in that, honestly. Like literally, I get choked up every time because when I say he saved my life, I'm not kidding. Because before we became best friends, I was very depressed. And I mean, I was 10 years old when he moved back in. And at that point, I didn't want to live. I wished I wasn't alive. But I felt that suicide was selfish and I'd never consider it. But I didn't want to be alive. But then he came in, made life better, like brought me all these truths, whether it be the Tao and the way the world works and the creator and all these different things. And all of a sudden, like, I had hope for the future again. You know what I mean? And that changes everything.
That is so sweet. Are you trying to sell your brother?
Well, he is
No.
single. just if you're looking for a great man, that's it.
But you have to go to Iceland for him.
Seriously, I love him more than anything in the world because literally my brother is the best man I have ever met, which is part of the reason why I've never had a boyfriend. Because when your standards are this high,
Oh my
thanks to
god,
this
that's so
motherfucker,
sweet.
how am I supposed to find a guy who's good enough?
I've literally this is like some Disney stuff. I've never heard a sibling talk about their other sibling like this. It's so sweet.
Dude, I even have a favorite story that shows what a great brother he is. Because I tell a lot of stories at work, and you can tell which are the favorites and stuff. And the part that always gets everybody, and I get requested for this, is when our house caught fire. And my favorite part of that story is because I was only 6 years old. My older sister was 10, and my brother was 15. And when mom realized that there's a fire in the tattoo parlor next to our house, she comes in, she starts screaming, "Fire, fire, everybody out." My brother's downstairs and he hears this. My sister wakes up, but I'm only 6, so I hear something, I don't know what it is, and I go back to sleep. The first thing he thinks is, I gotta protect the girls. So he runs upstairs. He grabs my sister's hand. He sees I'm asleep, so he just grabs me into his arms and starts running us out. And I remember starting to wake up in my brother's arms, and it's dark in the house, and we're going through the living room, and I'm wondering, why is my brother carrying me? And then we get to the front door.
Is your stepbro?
I think it's the middle of the day because it's so bright, I get light blinded. But it's just the fire. And he carries us out. And to make a short story, I'm going to shorten the rest of the story a little bit just to give you the highlights of how great he is. Because the police thought that it might have been arson or something. They want to talk to mom right away, and they take her away. So now all of a sudden you got 3 kids in the middle of the night that you can't leave on the street. So they ship us off to some place that I have no idea where it was. Child Protective Services, he says. At the time, they didn't tell me where I was going. They didn't tell me where my parents was. And then they refused. Yeah, they threatened to take us, yeah. The thing is, they refused to have us girls and my brother together in a room. So they shoved him in one room and put me and my sister in another room. And there were these 2 old hags, really nasty ladies, who were like, gave us these way too tiny clothes to wear, and like, put this on, and being super like mean. And I was terrified. I found out later that during this time when this was happening, he had already devised a way to break out, get us out, and then he was just going to find a way for us to get home. He was like, there's no way we're staying here. I'm taking the girls. And just as he was about to enact this great escape, our grandmother, which we don't see very often, the one we see the least, all of a sudden shows up in the middle of the night with a homemade gigantic cake. And is like, thank you for taking care of my grandchildren. I shouldn't be taking them with me now. And whisks us away, and I was just like so confused. But
Oh my
that's the
goodness.
highlight of how great he was during that.
Yo, where you from?
You're such a hero, Drace.
I'm from Iceland.
You say Ireland?
And yeah, he's always been my hero. But yeah, we're from Iceland, the tiny island in the North Atlantic. We're technically bigger than Denmark, but we only have 35,000 people.
What?
Yeah, our land mass is bigger. We just don't have that many people.
No. You said Iceland is only 35,000 people?
That's about the size of the city I grew up in.
That's a small town.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I need to Google this. I don't believe this.
We even have there's a burger joint that has a big ass poster on the wall that counts every single Icelandic person. So whenever someone's born, they put the number up. Because we're like, yeah, there's one more of us now.
Jesus.
Wait, do you mean 300,000 or 35,000? Oh, wait, no.
350,000.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 35,000, and I was like, what?
Oh, I hope I didn't say that, but I might have. It's late.
It's okay.
Like even at 350, that's why everybody there has some connection to every person. They know each other. I mean, they know each other.
Or you're like your boyfriend's girlfriend's cousin's nephew. Yeah.
So you have to figure out if someone's related to you, like a cousin, before you date them or something.
Nah, you know who your cousins are. You don't know your cousins? Although there's a lot of things like I just found out recently that my coworker is dating the girl whose father is dating my dad's sister, whose children I'm taking care of at work.
I'm gonna have to draw a map for that one. Holy cow!
That's a
I have a
Venn
question.
diagram waiting for
My good
something now.
friend has a sister and a brother who are married to each other.
What's wrong with
They're
that?
related.
I bet you guys
It's
have
hilarious.
all the drama.
No, because okay, think of it this way: John and Jane have a baby, and his name is Joe. Then we have Susan and San Diego, who have a child called Sue.
San
Now
Diego.
Joe and Sue get married, but Joe's dad and Sue's mother have another daughter, and that's my friend. And they didn't figure out that they had the same sister until well into the relationship, which was pretty funny when they found out my sister is your sister. Hang on.
Dang.
It was hilarious.
Do you eat that fucked up fish?
Depends. Which one are you talking about?
The rotten fish.
I'm not fond of that, but I know people who eat shark and whale and that kind of shit. But
Oh,
there's
that
also
nasty
things
shark.
like
No.
fish. I know more people that eat the sheep face than the shark and the whale.
Okay. So do I prefer people that eat sheep face or shark? I think sheep face I like better too.
Better. They can fight over the eyeball.
There you go.
And at least it doesn't smell nasty like that other shit. I mean, I will not eat the sheep's face. That's just me. But there's plenty of people who do that, including Mom. I've had to go buy sheep face for Mom.
You had to buy hard fish for today. Now you're gonna have to go buy a sheep face for tomorrow.
I buy cigarettes from.
I want a sheep face. Now that I think about it, I should offer her sheep face soon. That's a great idea, Medic. I'm gonna get her some sheep face.
It's perfect weather for sheep face soup. I just know it.
Yeah, and whenever it's cold, Icelandic people want ice cream. We're not like, oh, it's summer, we need ice cream. We're like, it's cold, I feel like getting ice cream.
Well, that's easy to make then too, because you don't have to like go very far for ice.
Yeah, you can make it outside, bro.
It's also we have better ice cream than most of you people because we don't.
Wow.
When we do a shake, it's not a milkshake. There's not supposed to be 90% milk. That's just like Nesquik, you know. What you're supposed to do is take 90% ice cream, tiny bit of milk, so you can actually stir it, and then you put shit in it.
Bro, that's how I make it too. What the fuck?
That's like a blizzard. That's what we would call a blizzard here in Dairy Queen because they make them like super thick.
That's a milkshake in Iceland.
I like that kind. That sounds good.
I'm always so disappointed when I go overseas and I want a milkshake, and it's all just like, you call this ice cream?
Yeah, no. You got to go to somebody that makes them homemade. Makes like we did. Make ice cream from our own cow's cream when I was raising cattle.
That's amazing.
That's the best way. Make it by hand. Yeah, the only way to do it. And then you get the best because then you use the same milk to make the milkshake part, and you can make it as thick as you want, like that.
That sounds absolutely amazing. I gotta admit.
Oh, it was. It is.
We're also known for having really good candy.
What kind of candy are we talking here? Are we talking like caramel? Are we talking hard candy? What are we talking here?
We
Chocolate?
have exceptionally good chocolates, like milk chocolate and some eggs.
Yeah.
And we have really good types of licorice. We're known for loving that shit. And yeah, like for instance, like when you get the salt flaky milk thingy, chocolate thingies, it's really yummy. And we have all kinds of different stuff that you just find here. Whenever I go overseas, I have to bring Icelandic candies, especially for people who've lived here, because they miss, especially the licorice ones with the milk chocolate.
Yeah, you never can find exactly what you have back in your hometown that you love. That's the problem. So yeah, you'll have to bring a bunch if you ever get a chance to come here again. Like I said, if I ever get a chance, if they ever stop this craziness, I'd come visit y'all.
I would love that. I'd totally show you around. And the best thing is, tap water is mineral water here, so you don't have to buy water.
Oh, that's awesome. Yep, I'd definitely come.
Yeah, I'm moving
Do you
tomorrow.
go fishing? Yeah. You guys go fishing at all?
There's a ton of places to go fishing. I remember Dad used to own a river with salmon in it.
Oh, yes. I love fishing. I do that.
So does
up in
Mom.
Pacific
We could
Northwest,
go
yeah.
fishing. She would love that.
Yep. I've fished all over the world. Every time I've traveled, I've tried to make sure I fished. The only place I couldn't do it was Iraq and Saudi Arabia. I just could not find a place to go that was doable.
It's Saudi Arabia. Why were you in Saudi?
Saudi Arabia, I was in Saudi Arabia with the Air Force just before Iraq kicked off. So I was in the middle of over by Riyadh, way out in the middle of lots of sand. And then
They make you wear the fucking Arab hat?
Iraq, I did get to see the Euphrates, but I wasn't about to fish it because I probably would have got shot.
Do you have to wear the hat for ladies?
Nope, and I can actually say I'm one of the only women that has driven an ambulance all over Saudi Arabia. And I did it without a head covering and in uniform because they called me a soldier. They called me a soldier instead of a woman.
That's dope.
So I did drive all over Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that was illegal till like a couple of years ago. Ladies can't drive there.
Yeah, that was in 2003.
You're amazing, damsel.
Thank you. I just had some crazy times in my life, which was good because at least I had lived a lot of life before I got sick enough to be in a wheelchair for 10 years. It gave me lots to think about and lots to remember. I made sure I went over my memories a lot when I was ill. It was good. I'm glad I had all that.
I gotta say, we got so many awesome legends in here, and you're definitely one of them, because this is the most interesting collection of people I have found just ever.
Yeah, I'd say we all got unique personalities and unique experiences. I love it. That's one of the things that has drawn me to this group. It's fun.
Aw.
So
Yeah.
I'm thinking, since it's calming down and stuff, should we end it on the next hour?
Yeah, let's do that. That gives us 30 more minutes or so, and I can play the Matrix song at the end, if you want.
Dope.
Or another one, or a couple of them if you want. So,
Nothing wrong with doing two, because we do have a lot of amazing music.
yeah, so put some requests together. We know we got the Matrix one, so if you want two other ones, I'll try to find them if I can, or somebody can post them for us too. Play them.
Do you have a favorite chick?
I have a lot of different ones I like. I actually heard one, some guy, Just Jack. I'll have to pull it up. I just was listening to it the other day, a new Flat Earth song that I had never heard before, and I really like it. So maybe I'll post that one.
Ooh, that sounds good. I'll be AFK for a couple minutes. Be right back.
I can't believe it's already 9:30. Well, it's what, like
2:30 here.
2:30 what, at night?
Yep, at night.
Holy cow.
Thanks to you guys having that stupid daylight saving thing, it's all of a sudden starting at 10 instead of 9 here.
That's funny. Yeah, we keep doing that stupid stuff.
Yeah, I hate it so much. You know what's funny? That certain states don't do it.
Okay, that is hilarious because you can't even do it across your whole country.
Exactly.
Arizona has your own time.
I think Hawaii is one of them. Let me double check.
Arizona is one. I know for a fact. I live here.
Okay, that's interesting.
And
I
if
know
you look
Puerto
at
Rico
time
doesn't.
zones, if you look at time zones, it says Phoenix time zone. On all the time zones, it'll say Phoenix or Arizona.
Oh, that's a fun fact. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's crazy how I never noticed it when it's like Pacific Standard Time.
You know, all this dead air is just tempting me to give you another shitty joke.
You have another joke?
Oh, I have endless jokes, honey. Do you
Okay,
want
yeah.
the owl series, or do you want the one that has an American couple, an English couple, and an Icelandic couple?
Okay, the second one, because I know the owl one is the Who one.
Oh, it has a little twist on it. Okay, anyways. There are 3 couples that are friends, so they go to dinner together. One is from America, one is from England, and one is from Iceland. They're all having a lovely time when the American man looks at his wife and says, "Pass me the sugar, sugar." And she giggles and hands him the sugar, like, "Here you go, dear." And then the Englishman, he looks at his wife and he says, "Pass me the honey, honey." She giggles and hands him the honey. And now the Icelandic woman is looking at her man very expectantly. He starts getting nervous and looks around the table and he says, "Réttu mér mjólkina, belja þín," which basically translates to, "Pass me the milk, you cow." Because we don't have any synonyms for cute things.
Oh. Divorce.
She set him up to fail. The Icelandic language does not offer this.
Y'all
But
need to
that's
come up
actually
with
funny in
something.
Icelandic, I guess. I do also have a lot of like dirty jokes, but that's a whole other folder in my brain.
I kind of have a dirty one, but it's kind of cute. What do
Throw
you
it at me.
see? What do you see when the Pillsbury Doughboy bends down?
I don't know.
His donuts.
Oh
my.
like it. Oh,
My dad made that one up.
that's classic. That's a good one. Okay, do you want a riddle that most adults can't guess?
Yes, I love riddles.
Okay, I've got 2. Okay, first one is homemade. What's brown and fuzzy and green and wet?
Oh no. I have a dirty riddle that reminded me of it. Okay. Brown and fuzzy, green and wet. I don't know.
It's a kiwi.
It's a what?
It's a kiwi. It's fuzzy and brown on the outside, and then it's green and wet on the inside where you eat it.
Fruit. Oh, a kiwi. Oh, a kiwi.
Yeah, a fruit.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what?
Okay, I have a harder one.
Kiwi is a person kiwi.
Okay. Here's a harder one that's official. Okay. This is an object riddle. This is one of those, what am I? Okay. Those who buy me do not need me nor want me, yet those who use me know it not. What am I?
Utilities?
Is the person using it not aware that they're using it?
Oh.
And the person who pays for it does not want it or desire the object.
Bills.
Oh, but you're aware that you're paying for your
Oh,
bills.
shit. Okay. Yeah, hold on.
This is my favorite one.
Taxes?
You're still aware of it, honey? Do you give up?
No, hold on.
I believe in you.
Hmm.
Those who buy me do not use me, nor want me, but those who use me know it not. So you're buying this for someone else. That's your last hint.
Okay. Oh, fuck. I don't know. Oh, no, I don't know.
Stamps?
Incorrect. Tell me when you give up. I'll give you the answer.
Yeah, I give up.
It's a coffin.
Oh. Oh. Well,
You
technically,
did.
you're
I know
not
you win
buying it.
The guy who buys it doesn't use it, nor does he want it. Because who wants to buy a coffin? Your
Oh.
family died. You have to buy it.
Yeah, okay.
But the guy
I
who's
think it was a
using
dead
it is
person.
dead. He doesn't know shit. Okay, here's a simpler one. 4 men are in a boat in the middle of a deep lake. The boat capsizes, and all 4 men sink to the bottom. Yet not a single man is wet. How can this be?
Wait, repeat it?
There are 4 men in a boat in the middle of a large, deep lake. The boat capsizes, and all men sink to the bottom. Yet not a single man is wet. How can this be?
There is no water in the thing.
It is full of water.
What the f...
Boat's floating on top of water. They all sink into the water.
Oh, they're underneath the boat.
They sink to the bottom of the lake.
Yeah, and the boat is underneath. No, over them.
No. Do you want to know what the answer is?
Yeah.
Not a single man got wet because they're all married.
Is this a dirty joke?
No, it's just a pun, and I love puns. It's kind of like, how do you catch a squirrel? You climb in a tree and act like a nut.
Okay, that one requires thinking.
Yeah, it's a riddle, so, But then there's the one that's like, if you have a bladder infection, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Because you're in trouble and you're in trouble,
No,
Because
I
it's a
don't.
bladder infection. How good. I attached that to the end of an English essay when I was in Metaskole, which is the school you go to after you graduate the kids' school. And apparently, I got an email back, and my English teacher said I laughed like a 3-year-old child. So I know that's a good one. Do you want to hear our mom's favorite joke? Nobody laughs at. Okay, 1 out of 100 laughs at it. Okay?
Yes, though, I do want to hear it because I've loved the stories about your mom so far. I just can't wait to find out what her favorite joke is.
It's the only one she bothered to memorize. So anytime throughout our life that we have asked her for a joke, this is the joke you shall receive. Except in Icelandic. What did the big toe say to the little toe?
I have no idea.
Wiggle you later? I don't know.
There's a heel following me.
That's terrible. It's terrible. It's not funny very much, but that's so funny that your mom would pick that joke.
I know. I have a worse one though. I do the same thing when I don't feel like telling stories, and the kids at work say, "Tell me a story." I use one story again and again, and they get so exasperated with me. It's hilarious. So I kind of understand now why she did this.
I have a dirty joke.
Bring it.
It's kind of funny. Okay. Sorry, it makes me laugh thinking about it. What's long and green and smells like bacon?
Rotten bacon?
No. What's long and green and smells like bacon?
A very ill appendage of some sort, maybe.
No. Do you give up?
I do give up.
Kermit the Frog's finger.
That's funny. I don't know very many jokes, but I do have a set of cow jokes I always tell. Because I was on a farm, so we had cattle, so I would tell cow jokes. So what do you call a cow that jumps over a barbed wire fence?
I don't know.
Shredded beef.
Very good. What do you call a cow with only 2 legs?
Lean beef.
Oh, damn
Very
it.
good. Very
A
good. What do you call a cow with lean beef?
Oh.
What do you call a cow with no legs?
Round beef.
Very good. What do you call a cow having seizures?
Milkshake?
Beef jerky.
Damn it.
We have an Icelandic version of those cow jokes because our word for citizen and hamburger is almost the same because burger and citizen is almost the same word. So we ask, what do you do with old beef? And then you say you make a what could either mean old hamburger or a senior citizen. Same word bent in the weird way can mean the same thing.
So what do you call a milk cow jumping over a barbed wire fence?
I feel like I should be able to get this.
Utter destruction. Blah, blah, blah.
Damn, that was a good one. Ooh. Okay, what do you call a pony with a cough?
Horse.
A little horse.
Aww. That's cute.
Yeah, I like that one. Okay, Trace just. Oh, come on, that's an easy one. Okay, he just said, "What's the difference between a snowman and a snow woman?"
I said boobs.
Snowballs.
Oh, snowballs.
He told me that.
That's great.
I managed to steal his punchline because my dick. Uh-huh.
That's great.
Okay, he brought me another one. Patient asks his doctor, "Can I take a bath with diarrhea?" And the doctor says, "Yes, if you're able to fill it up." Actually, I have a funny poop parable that always makes me laugh. There's one at a construction site when the worker comes to his boss and says, "The porta potty hasn't arrived yet, but I really need to take a shit. I'm going to walk into town and find a toilet." And the boss says, "Just go in the van," and hands him the keys. The man proceeds to go into the van and take a shit.
Oh my gosh.
And this is why it's good when giving instructions to account for the fact that the person listening to the instructions might be a dumbass. Okay, I do have one funny story that isn't quite a joke because this happened in real life, but do you want to hear about the time my sister gave her friend an amazing birthday present?
Uh-oh.
It was truly amazing.
I feel like you're being sarcastic, but yeah, tell.
Okay, so when she was very young and, she starts school, they have a pretty big class. So in the beginning, the boys would invite the boys for birthdays and girls would invite girls just to split up the group. And then eventually, they're gonna, a friend of hers, a boy who was her friend, was holding a birthday party for the whole class. And my sister realizes, oh my God, I've never given one of my guy friends any birthday presents, and he'll definitely not want a Barbie. So she decides to be a good friend, walk up to him and say, "What do you want for your birthday?" And he says like a really childish joke, which is, "Haha, poop on a stick." And this is a joke for children in Iceland. It's kind of like when you say, "What time is it?" and you can say a thing that rhymes with it that means poop on your finger. It's just a really stupid joke. It's like saying fart instead of an answer. But he's like, no. "What do you want for your birthday?" And he's like, "Poop on a stick."
Uh-oh.
And she's like, "No, for reals. What do you really want for your birthday?" And he's like, "Poop on a stick." So she leaves. And time passes. It's time for the birthday. She heads out an hour early, scours the neighborhood, finds a good stick, follows a man with a dog. Eventually, she finds the biggest dog turd in the whole neighborhood. And she shoves it onto her stick. Then she shows up to the birthday, rings the doorbell, and the birthday boy naturally comes to the door to receive his gifts. So she just says, Congratulations, here's just what you asked for, a poop on a stick, and hands him the dog turd on a stick.
So gross.
Hilarious, though, that she'd pull this as a young child.
Yeah, smart.
I don't know if she was like in second grade or something. I use this as an example for the kids that, like, be careful what you wish for. If you say something stupid, someone might just take you seriously.
Yeah. That is a good lesson.
It's also weirdly one of the most popular stories that the kids want to hear.
That's funny. Do you teach English in the schools?
No, I'm not technically teaching because we're an after-school program.
Oh, okay.
So we focus on social skills and helping them get independence. For instance, we usually have a few kids that are either autistic or something along those lines. And we have like a program and a routine to help them gain independence and learn how to play with the other kids. And if anybody has, like, for instance, a hard time befriending children and stuff like that, that's a part of the social skills we help them with. Every year, we have a program now that every year, all the staff members, we sit down and we go over every single child that we have. And we have over 100 children. And we evaluate how is that children sat with friends. Do they have a solid friend group? Do they have more than one friend? And then we rank them on where we think they are socially. And we pick out the kids that we either don't know enough about or the ones that aren't doing well socially. And we put in secret little conspiracies where we help them with this without them knowing. We conspire all the time. I work for the government. Confirmed conspiracies, just so you know.
That's awesome.
And the funny thing is, this is done over all of our after-school programs because there's 8 different ones throughout the capital, and we all work underneath the same offices, and we share resources between us. And we also have gotten the school to do this as well, and they also rank them, so we compare how the scores are during the school and during after school because it's different environments. And then we also rank how we communicate with each child. So we go over whether we're having positive or negative communication. Are you always scolding them? Or do you have nice conversations? Is it balanced? And then we go over whichever child you have interacted with the least and things like that. And you go throughout the weeks where you try to take 10 minutes to talk to children that you don't know well enough and get to know them and let them get to know you a little bit so you have more trust there. And that's also how we catch the kids that usually go under the radar. Like when I was a kid, I'd be staying up until 4 a.m. reading because I had anxieties and stuff and other things. And then I'd show up to school with like 3 hours of sleep, maybe 4 hours. And even when a staff member knew that I was staying awake until 4, nothing was ever done. Nobody ever noticed that I had no friends at school and I was completely isolating myself from everybody. But in work, we catch this. We pay attention to what's happening at home. So, for instance, we have a child that's been acting out today because his dad is overseas working. So only his mom is at home. So the strong male role model is not at home. So he's been acting out more and acting more violently. But because everybody knows what's happening, we show him an extra patience and we help him, and we have maybe the boys step in more than the girls. So he gets that feeling of strong male, direction. And we do amazing progress with these kids. We help them with anxiety. We help them with disorders. We have had kids that have medical issues. I've had kids with things that are never going to get better, like heart diseases, where she had to go and get replacements for the heart and has to have a plug in the stomach and stuff. But we even help them with anxiety about these kinds of things because kids can be like, I'm different. I don't want anybody to know I have a scar from when I went to surgery, or I don't want people to know I have to have a back because I have a bad organ. And the best thing is we have such a diverse staff as well that one of my best friends that I met working there, she actually was born with a rare genetic disease that was so bad that most people thought she would die before she grew up to be a grown up. And she has discoloration of the skin. One eye points a little bit to the side. She has like a crack down half her face that sometimes bleeds, and all kinds of things like this. And because we had somebody there who has illnesses and things, and we show her the consideration she doesn't need to do the physical things, the kid who actually has a medical condition finally got the confidence and the courage to talk about these things himself. And I will never forget that moment when this boy, who's been so ashamed of the back where his pee collects or whatever, and a scar on the side because of his kidneys being bad. And that moment when he was outside in front of everybody, he's talking to her. He lifts up his shirt and shows her his scar, and talks about this like this is no big deal because she has shown him her scars and shown him that it's okay to talk about these things, and you don't have to be ashamed even if you're sick, because anybody can get sick and it's okay. And just having these role models can change a person's life. Because if you don't deal with this now, they're going to grow up with these insecurities and they fester, and it's dreadful. So, sorry, I'm rambling again. I love this job too much. Just stop me anytime.
Oh, you're fine.
I honestly could have gone on for hours. I just realized I've been talking for a long time, and I'm like, oh my God, what am I doing?
You're awesome, man. You got a lot of good stories. It's awesome.
There's a reason why my most popular club is Storytime.
My stories gross people out, so I can't tell my stories about my patients.
Those are the best stories, though.
You can always bring one now if you want to bring out a gory one. I won't you. I mean, hell, I've been pulling poop jokes and poop stories, so you can pull a gross one.
But mine are usually pretty traumatic. So lots of blood and guts and pieces where they shouldn't be, things like that.
Hey, I can handle it. If somebody's squeamish, they can always just deafen for a second. Bring it.
Actually, I wasn't very far from here when I did some training before I went to Iraq for combat, and it was a farm injury. We had a guy out here that decided he didn't want to practice farm equipment safety one day, and he was out by himself running a tractor. Decided to step over what we call the PTO. If you guys know what a PTO is, it's the spinning part of the rear of the tractor that hooks into the machinery, spins at thousands of RPMs per second. Per minute. And he decided to step over it and was wearing jeans. Well, he wasn't wearing jeans once he stepped over it. It took his jeans right off, but it also degloved everything that was dangling, let's just say.
Oh my God.
Yeah, when he arrived, his biggest concern was not that he survived, because usually those people end up wrapped around the shaft of that thing, and people find them all what we call exsanguinated on the machinery. Luckily, he survived and was able to crawl into the house, call the life flight, and they flew him in, and we were taking care of him. And his biggest worry, he was 21, not married yet. All he cared about was, will I still be able to have children? It was like, well, all the parts are still there. They just don't have any skin on them left. You're going to be in a lot of pain for a while and a lot of skin grafts.
Oh my God.
Poor boy, the family jewels. Oof. There was a time when my last boss saved
complete. I still have the pictures of that one somewhere.
Oh, God.
Yep, that was pretty amazing to see all the parts without any skin on them with somebody that was still living.
That reminds me of the first James Bond movie with Daniel Craig, where he gets tortured. Oh my God.
Yeah. This was over in St. Louis, so not very far from where I'm at right now. That's practicing downtown. But that was some crazy stuff down there. They call it the Guns and Knives Club training, because St. Louis is known to have 24/7 people shooting each other, gang warfare, stabbings. So we were getting practiced up before we went into combat.
That's crazy.
Yep, Guns and Knives Club. Got the T-shirt.
That was a dope ass story, though. Like, so long as I don't see the pictures, I'm fine with these types of stories.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to see the pictures. They're pretty traumatic.
Yeah, without the pictures, that's fine. I mean, hell, there was
The
one
question
time
is,
I-
why do you still have them? No, I'm just playing. I don't
Not for medical, yes, for
Hey, it's
showing
the
other,
ones to the left
showing other
hand
medics.
thing.
Showing other medics.
No,
It's for
no,
informational
sure.
purposes.
Yeah, it's informational purposes. Check this out, ladies. I mean, I've been recording this the whole time, and if you guys want to continue, top of the hour, let's go ahead and end the because I upload this and nobody is going to watch 5 hour stream. That's why I want to kind of keep not ladies that short. I heard you, Damsel, say that I wanted to like 1 or 2 hours. No, it's usually about 3 to 4 hours. Where
Oh, okay.
that's the
All right.
comfortable range. If people want to listen back if they missed it, that's And if it starts at the top of the hour, and wherever you guys feel comfortable with, and I'm comfortable with. This is getting really good. I'm not trying to stop it. I'm just saying for people that want to listen back, later when I upload it, they won't listen that long, as far as I know.
Well, hopefully this one will be worth listening to. We try.
Oh yeah, it's been great so far. I just wanted to say that. I'm not trying to interrupt you, ladies, or it's just like you guys are just flowing, and I didn't want to necessarily interrupt the flow, but I'm going to stop recording at the top of the hour. And if you guys wanted to play a couple songs, for outros, and then continue the conversation, it's all good with me. Or you can just continue like this. Either way works for me.
Sounds good. I did post one song I wanted played, so you saw it probably come up in the feed.
It was like 20 minutes ago, I think.
I can drop the link again.
Yeah, do that. But either way, but you have the DJ role, so you can play it, right? Or whatever. I mean, I'm not saying women shut up or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. We're on the fifth hour.
Yeah, I got a
That's all I'm
question.
saying. Go ahead.
Go for it.
I think he got muted.
Really? Thought people were here to ask questions.
Sometimes I forget, like, this is live stream, so you do have to stop it at some point, but, like, I'm totally okay if, like...
Well, see, I'm just trying to say hey, what's happening is like when Ladies Night happens, I record it for an upload later, and if it goes too long, nobody's going to listen to it that long. If there's too long, if they see it's a 5-hour video, they're not even going to click on it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally got it.
All right, cool.
Well, we can play this one. I've got it loaded, so I'll go ahead and hit the play on the first one here. And then I'll find the Matrix, because I know we want to end with that. Does somebody want to do a third one, though, in the between? Do you want to pick one, somebody?
I'll pick a song. I don't know any Flat Earth songs.
Well, pick something that's not copyrighted so we can play it.
You can play the one that you just posted if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to play that one first, and if somebody wants to do one in the middle. And then I know
I do love the one with ODD and Steve Grant, the Right to Remain Ignorant.
Right to Remain Ignorant. I don't remember that one, but I will look it up. I probably do remember it once I hear it. Let me play the first one, and then I'll do that ODD one, and then we'll finish with KY's or Kai's last one.
Love, 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 said she was a flat earther on her way to the conference. I said, you know that's nonsense. She said the shit's not nonsense, you don't even know, have you heard my silence? I said, what about science? And she said, science don't give me no love. I got talking to Linda, she was out on a bender, flicking through Tinder. I said, how's that working for you? She said, it's not working, it's regret and embarrassment lurking, but it's late and I'm lonely and hurting, and where else can I get me some love? Holding on for dear life, always a bridesmaid but never the bride, a billion tiny islands in the ocean, all these characters I dream, variations on a theme, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. I met a boy called Casper. He's a worldwide traveler, talking about ayahuasca as he stares into his pasta. He said I probably shouldn't fly so much, probably shouldn't get high so much, but I'm a lonely hedonist and my therapist says I need to find ways to love myself. How could I forget Brian? Open the floodgates without even trying. I missed my stop on that train cause I got a lot of time for a grown man crying. Well, he said she loves me and I love him and he loves she. Still spinning the bottle on the topmost shelf and looking for love like everyone else. Holding on for dear life, always a bridesmaid but never the bride, a billion tiny islands in the ocean, all these characters I dream, variations on a theme, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Holding on for dear life. 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 Like everyone 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 holding on for dear life. For dear life. For dear like everyone else. Like everyone.
Woohoo! Like that song.
I had never heard that and I love it.
It's a beautiful song. I just really like it, and it's kind of appropriate for a lot of people who are struggling right now, even in the truth community. So hold on, guys.
It's just so cozy. I love it. I'm already downloading it right now.
So was it ODD, Right to Remain Ignorant? Is that the one?
Yeah, I can go look for it. Otherwise,
I've got it.
Trace suggested ours.
I've got it.
Master DJ.
Here we
You
go.
have got to be kidding me. Are you actually serious? Bill Gates is the one in charge of all the vaccines they're giving us. He promotes population control and he lacks the experience. But now humans are reduced into stupid mask-wearing idiots. I'm not having a hissy fit, it's just sad and ridiculous. The world is burning to ashes like a package of cigarettes. And that ain't even the half of all the madness we're dealing with. We're barely scratching the surface of how bad that it really is. We're kept at a disadvantage, I know thousands of instances, like the way they hijack our freedom and snag it in increments, or how TV distracts us and keeps the masses oblivious, keep us broke with student loans, credit cards, taxes, and interest. The establishment's full of assholes, rap bastards, and miscreants, rabid psychopath power addicts, and ass-kissing sycophants. How could you trust a government that attacks its own citizens? I'm just trying to be polite, bet you're glad that you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. work with a mask on, scared to take it off and say you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant.
3, 2, 1.
You have the right to remain. It's a big game they play to have your minds captured, and the media keeps doing its thing to pass the lies faster. 6 million burnt charred bodies, the ash lies scattered. That's the only time whenever you gon' see the Black Lives Matter. You either get it or you don't, Georgie, or you float. The red helium-filled balloon versus the heliocentric cartoon, it's a joke. I provoke motherfuckers to think, but they won't, cause they believe in a cult that believes in a goat. They don't see the result. It's ideological subversion, misleading adults, but it's too late. They got your news feed, turning everyone two-faced. You see, they clever, they got the KKK running the blue gang, and they want the black community drinking the Kool-Aid from the blue lane. If you still asking who's they, then by now your brain is probably toothpaste. So just tiptoe through those crypto Jews and all the Talmudic Zionists. And when it comes to you was silent. Man, look at this shit. That germ theory got you scared of invisible figments.
That's what we were saying a few seconds ago.
Consider you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off and say you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. Ignorant.
TV on. Nigga, it's called television program. They telling you visually the program. You being programmed, nigga. It was on CNN, it's true. I seen it on Fox, it's real. It was on CNN, it's true. I seen it on Fox,
you have the
it's
right
real.
to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant. You have the right to remain ignorant.
Stay ignorant, if you wish.
That was a good one.
That's been my jam for a few days. When Mom heard that, she chuckled so hard at the goat line.
That is a good one. I like it. I had forgotten that one. I hadn't heard that in a long time. So, well, we're up to
the other day.
You just found it?
Yeah, I was going through ODD's music because he has so much good shit. So, found that and I was like, okay, that's my new favorite by him.
Well, it's too bad Kai wasn't here today. She would have been fun to have on here today, too. And same with Shines. I hope they're doing okay. I miss everybody. Dandelion couldn't make it. And I was trying to think. And Truth Prevails was off today, too, I think, doing something. So, yeah.
I'm here now, Dan.
Oh, you're here? Good. Awesome.
I didn't really hear what happened, but I'm glad that you were able to carry on, and I'm glad it went well.
Yeah, we had a great time. We missed you, though.
Good. I missed you, too.
How's the car? Is it still running?
Yeah, I just had to drive my sons to one of their social events, so yeah, just driving around. It's pretty icy around here.
Yeah.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.